Hello, beautiful people. How are you doing? Are you good? I hope you guys are well. We're back. We're here. It's FM26 still. I hope anyone who's on the update's enjoying the update. Hopefully it's better for them. Yeah, I've got another colourful top there. I've got the Korea national team away kit from the last World Cup. Doesn't feel like that long ago since the last World Cup, right? Maybe it's just me. It doesn't feel that long ago to me. God, it's another World Cup year coming up already. It's madness. But I don't know if I like this kit or not. I feel like I just like colourful football shirts. Chat, thoughts on the kit? I think any kit that just looks different is quite cool. But maybe an easy man to please. Do you need to revert from the Steam beta? The non-beta build is the exact same, so no. And also, presumably, there's going to be more betas coming. So if you stay opted in, you'll get those updates without having to re-opt in, which is always a bit annoying. Right. Shall we play some Football Manager today? Let's do it. We've got to be better today, chat. We've got to be better today. We're still refining our system. We're still finding our way. I think my biggest concern at the moment is the 3 games we've lost in kind of competitive matches we've not scored in. But we've been adding a few new strikers that weren't available for the Millwall game, and we won't discuss the Pompey game. One thing I realised, I never set up set pieces, which I think is something that we should do here initially. Naya, how are you doing, mate? Hope you've not picked Norwich from the stream, hope you've not picked Norwich for the stream set. Bad news. You've missed the last 2 days. I'm very sorry. Also, I've lost the ability to read Nyack, as you were last here. It's a skill that not everyone has, and I'm struggling. Hey, Jack. Jack, get your living room sorted for new carpet in the morning motivation. Look, I'm glad I don't have carpets with Milo around, but it is sometimes good when you want to sneak around to not have carpets. Jack, do you still have a Fanatical link? I do, Zeratal, but it's not as cheap as it was. There is a link in my bio on Twitter. I think it's buyfm26.workthe.space will take you to it. But it is, I think it's £42 now. But how are you lot doing anyway? Are we well? How are you guys finding the update? I have to say, I've been playing a bit of the Manchester United YouTube save off camera. In fact, I've been doing Monday's video, so I'm a little bit ahead at the moment. And the update feels pretty good. It feels very, very snappy. Did the next match only team selection work in the end? So some people have told me, right, if we select that option, play the match, then hit continue once after the game, it works. I still don't feel like that works for me. I still don't think that works for me. Yeah, I'm a little ahead of the Manchester United videos at the moment, which is actually quite nice because it means this weekend I can work on some guides and like some non-Let's Play content for next week. Jack, I hate to ask when you're doing it on stream, but what league/database do you run when you start a save? So I run large database size, and then I force load all the players in the top division of all European leagues and all South American leagues. Did the facepack/logo ID clash get resolved yet? It didn't, but the latest version of the logo pack fixes the problem. They renamed all the logo pack files, so they're not just the numbers. So if you download that update, it will fix it. It's the new TCS 26 pack. Right. Anyway, we've got an early game today in the Carabao. Imagine if we got on a Carabao run. I wonder if we'll get to play against Demi Buendia, the former Norwich man. Also, we're going to forget this game ever happened. What did happen in it? Yeah, we were rubbish. That was the first game where I can say we were bad. I'm going to blame Milo. The dog came in and told me to play on attacking. We changed and we played worse. I need to turn on my fan chat. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? It's toasty today. Will I do some experiments like I trapped Haaland at a non-league club? I'd love to, Stephen, but currently if you're unemployed in Football Manager, you can't look at other teams' fixtures. Unless they fix that in the patch. I've not checked it. There's lots of issues with if you're unemployed in Football Manager at the moment, which are kind of a problem. Also, chat, you know the issue we had where it was only the English job showing up in the job centre 2 days ago? I'm reliably informed that will be fixed in the next update that comes out. Apparently, it's just all women's teams don't show up in the job centre, which again I think really underscores the fact that the game was not fully play tested. No one tried to do an unemployed save playing with women's football, so none of the women's teams showed up in the job centre, which I'm sure some people would really approve. But kind of I feel like that surmises the game and how, not rushed, but raw, it's coming out the oven. Speaking of employed, got laid off from my job today. Oh, Danny. I am sorry, Danny, but that is a vibe killer there, mate. I hope you land on your feet well. I was about to say, I hope you land on your face well, because someone wrote a comment about face packs. I'm sorry you're unemployed, Danny. I hope you land on your face. I'm not good at doing consolidations. Can you tell, chat? Or consolations, not consolidations. Words are hard. Good job I don't talk for a living. Any changes on the women's injuries? I believe they are investigating it, Joshua. I have to say, like Sports Interactive are doing a better job of engaging with creators. There is a big international Discord server. I can't discuss what's discussed on it, but it is a place where content creators globally, and I do really mean globally, do have a point of contact. And I think it's seen a lot of bugs get kind of raised that maybe just get missed otherwise. So that's quite good. What face pack am I using? I'm using the Sort It Out SI Mega Pack. I did a video on it this week on YouTube, which you can watch at youtube.com/workthespace. Obviously, if you're a YouTube stream watcher, you've not got far to go. If you're watching on Twitch, we do also stream on YouTube as well, and vice versa. So you can pick your platform of choice. Norwich fan here. Are you finding the man to turn this sinking ship around? I mean, we're firmly mid-table. Okay, the takeover that we thought might happen is not happening, everyone. F's in the chat. I'm subbed on Twitch, but I watch on YouTube. Look, if you have a Twitch Prime sub, but you want to watch on YouTube, you do you. I appreciate anyone who watches the stream. Of course, if you do watch on YouTube, you can't just become a YouTube channel member as an alternative. That is a thing. But any support is appreciated. Also, Marcus has written F in the chat, but I don't think the stream's gone down, but I've had this moment of panic. Right. Chat, how seriously do I take the Carabao Cup? We're still in a very early round here, aren't we? What round is it? The third is not even... I don't want to rotate the team too much, but at the same time... I think maybe we could and should. A cup run would be nice, especially if we're going to get mid-table, though. Now, you know what? We're going full strength. I've changed my mind. We're going full strength. I could rotate the team a little bit, but I don't think we need to. We're just going to go with this team, go with the flow, and hope it works out. I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to put next match on and then move Salinas in for Cordoba. Because I do want to give Salinas, the 18-year-old, more game time. Right, let's get into it. When am I going to do Park to Prem? I've been asked that question so many times. Chat, you know the answer if you were here yesterday. And if you were here the day before, you also know the answer. If you're here now, relay the message when you see it asked again. We're waiting on a good lower league English database to be added. I'm hoping there might be one as early as, like, a week or two, but I'll wait until I know there's a good lower league database to start. Also, it'd be good if Football Manager could fix all the issues with unemployment in the game before I have to start finding a job. Right, let's go! That's far too much hype. I assume it's like a technical limitation. Does it bother anyone else that the crowd, like, no one is actually wearing the licensed shirts? Like, they're all just wearing yellow shirts. Yellow and branded shirts. All the fans have turned their back on football. Football kit prices have got so out of hand that the fans just turn up in shirts of the colour. Well, Pods Premier on Twitch or YouTube. It's always a YouTube save game. Always a YouTube save game. For people who don't know, we start unemployed and we try and take our manager to the Premier League. Sometimes it's a one-club save. Sometimes we move teams. Depends on the vibe that year. But yeah, we start unemployed. We sim to the real-life start date that the first episode goes up and try and find a job from there. What happened to the Man U save? The Man U save is still on... I mean, there's been uploads every day. It always concerns me when someone says, what happened to X save? And you're still doing that save game. Like, that is... Okay, Harvey Elliott and Jadon Sancho are quite good, aren't they? But to answer the question... It's kind of an obvious one, really. This is a stream save game. With the Manchester United stuff, is all videos. It's not great, is it? I do feel like the three at the back doesn't really work without fullbacks. But I kind of want to persist with it. Also, why have I got invite crosses on? That should be unbalanced. Chat, remind me after this game to put it on balanced. I might try putting the wide tracking midfielders on mark position and put them on the left and right attacking mid to try and stop these crosses. For people new around here, we're trying not to just use a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress. I'm trying to make a three at the back work without wing backs or fullbacks. This is our out possession formation with tracking wide midfielders. Not corners. Crosses are killing me at the moment. Any plans for a Journey Manager type save this year? I'm not sure, Marcus. The Journey Manager save I enjoyed as a change of pace because FM24 was getting stale. But if I'm being honest, it wasn't particularly successful, like in terms of viewership, which I think is a shame because I bloody loved it. But, you know, people vote with their eyes and people didn't watch it. But yeah, part of the Prem, we have no badges, no past playing experience, starting employed. And then sometimes it's a one club save. More often than not, it's a one club save. But sometimes we do move around. We try and take our manager from being a park footballer to being a Premier League legend. I'll tell you what, Villa are killing us. It's a great series. Lack of these might be down to fatigue with the game. I'll be honest, I think the issue with the Journey Manager is a lot of people don't care about you managing in the Bangladesh Premier League. It's one of those things where people always say, why do you always manage in England? And then you manage in Bangladesh and they go, well, I'm not going to fucking watch you manage in Bangladesh. What I've kind of realised is very often when people say, why are you always managing in England? They actually have a very specific league in mind that they would like to watch you manage in. And that probably isn't the league I would do as an alternative to the Premier League. Ollie Watkins has just pulled down our pants. Do we have to do anything if we downloaded the beta yesterday? No. No, if you downloaded the beta yesterday, I think it is actually worth just staying opted into the beta branch because it'll mean when the next few updates come out, you get them too. Right, I mean, we are shit, but it is also Aston Villa. The issue I've got, chat, I've sold all my wing backs. I've sold all the fullbacks. I think if we change the tracking wide midfielders to man mark the wide attacking mids, it'll probably work. I think at this point it might be damage limitation, you know. Let's give some youngsters some game time. And let's dust ourselves down for the league games, which we need to do better in. McLean's coming back from injury as well. He's our best player. He's also one of the highest earners, but he was injured to start the year. Why don't you try Park to Prem in Italy? I mean, I did Park to Prem in Spain and very few people watched it. I did a similar save in France. Very few people watched it. It's going to hurt some feelings, chat. The sad reality is that 50% of my audience is from England, well, from the UK, 10% are from America, and for those people, the English football pyramid just is their primary interest. And when I've done other stuff, it's kind of, I mean, Zerental, your example's a bit different because you're asking if I've done it in Italy. When people tell me, why have you never done Park to Prem in Spain? I'm sat there thinking, I did it in Spain, you didn't watch. Like, they say build it and they will come. I built it, no one turned up. The solution is to have 10 managers in all different leagues people could want. Steve, smart. Steve, you should be a YouTuber. Is 2-0 respectable against Villa in the Carabao? I actually don't think it's disastrous. Oh, we nearly scored as well. Was that Popov? I think Popov is going to pop off. See what I did there? A lyrical genius. He's 18. We signed him from, was it Empoli? He is my replacement for Sargent. Don't worry about getting paid, Jack. Just do it for the love of FM. I mean, I wish this game wasn't my job sometimes so I could have that mantra. And I did have that mantra last year because at the end of FM24, we just did all sorts. Like I said, we managed in Bangladesh on FM24. I managed in Malaysia, Singapore, Iran. If you're sat there thinking that sounds like a great save game, go watch it. Go watch it. It's bloody brilliant. Also, what is going on in the crowd? Hey, Smogfather, I'm very, very well. Very, very well. Thank you, mate. Is this game as bad as the reviews? I should have delegated this. Exit. I think the reviews paint a false picture. Like, the game is the 7th worst rated game in the history of Steam. I think what I've said before, I said this like pre lots of updates. This game is not a bad game. It's just not a good football manager. I selected the next game only, right, for Salinas chat. I'm not going crazy. That was definitely a thing that I did. And it didn't save, did it? I don't think. Yeah, it didn't save. There's definitely something wrong with the save for next match only behaviour, and I don't know what it is. The game lacks polish. It needs improvement. Is it absolutely unplayable? No. Well, okay. Is it absolutely unplayable? Not for me. I'm fully aware that for some people, like, they're having a lot of performance issues, and for them, maybe it is unplayable. But obviously, I can only really review the experience that I've had. And if you're in a situation where you're like, I don't know if I should get it, Steam and Epic Games have a free demo of the game you can play. The demo allows you to play 6 months of a save game. You can then buy the game and continue that save game if you wish, or start like a new save game once you buy the game. So if you're like on the fence or you're not sure if your PC can run the game, just try out the demo. Right, let's change some stuff up here. Also, chat, I installed a new regen face pack today, so the faces hopefully on the new gens look a little bit better. Right, there's some stuff that I really need to do here, so let's work our way through this. Also, chat, is that team meeting button new? That didn't used to be there, did it? That is a new addition in the update. Okay, first things first. Tactics. Team. Out of possession. I feel like the low block's an error. Can I be honest? I feel like we go to a mid block. Mid block. We don't need to invite crosses. Let's put it on balanced. And then out of possession for the wide midfielders. Out of possession. Marking target. Mark position. Do I have to click it? Oh, God, this UI. There's some parts of the UI that are awful. Can I be honest? Like, I think the worst bit of the UI that I genuinely think should just be burnt to the ground and I'd say start again is the team and player instructions. I don't know if that is a hot take. There's so much clicking for stuff that was not nearly as many clicks before. Like, even now, I'm like, did it actually go through? Because it doesn't tell me that he set to mark position. And I'm like, has it locked it in? It has. But every time you hit, like, so when I hit back there, did you see that? So if I'm on Cernak and I'm on out of possession and I go into this to change the target and then I hit back, it doesn't take me back to out of possession. It takes me back to in possession. The game is not flawless. I enjoy it. The tactic system is great. The tactics interface is horrific. I don't know. Is there any worse design bit other than maybe the training screen in the game? Also, Josh Sargent is still listed as a penalty taker for me, even though he's left the club. At least they added this. This is good. Ryaf, 5 gifted subs on the Twitch. Don't know why it's the Twitch. Thank you so much, though, mate. That's very, very kind of you. Chat, if you got a sub, say a big old thank you. But I appreciate that a lot, Raya. Thank you so much. I don't have penalty takers, do I, here? I mean, at least they've kind of updated this screen, I guess. Because they didn't have the numbers before. let's look at the positives. They added numbers in. I mean, what is clear, right, is the fact they are changing a lot of stuff. Like, on the tactics screen, they have now made it so the arrows are kind of locked in place. It used to be the arrows, like, were attached to the size of the text they moved around. I don't really want to change too much too quickly. But I am questioning. See, the issue I've got is, with how we want to play loads of intricate passing, but if we play a low block, it means that it's a lot easier for teams to immediately press when we win the ball. So I do feel like counter-pressing is in our interest. Because the issue is, if we defend like this and win the ball, like, they've got so many men committed to the attack, they can actually press us very easily. When will console update? I think they've said next week in a blog post, but I'm not 100% sure. Harvey Elliott's bloody good. I miss spacebar chat taking me through messages. I just clicked mark all as red now. Hindsight was changing the match engine visuals and engine and the UI in 2 years a big ask. I mean, they did it in 5 years. People don't really... Like, this game's been worked on for 5 years, Chad. That's how long they've been trying to get the game into Unity. But when you're trying to get 20 years worth of game development into an engine, and you've got to rewrite a lot of it and refactor existing code, that's a lot of work. My mindset is, and I don't think everyone's going to agree with this, I don't think this game is perfect. I think this game is perfectly salvageable. Like, I can see a world where in 6 months this game is like very finished and very polished, and I like it a lot. I like it now. It's a good game. It's not as good as FM24. Is it a good football manager? I think it depends on how you like to play with the game. But the stuff that's lacking for me that kind of hinders my enjoyment, I feel like is like stuff that can be changed. Like, for me personally, having had 2 years on FM24, I wouldn't go back to FM24 now. I think I've also played so much on this that going back to FM24 wouldn't feel very good, because the game does have a lot of improvements. Right. Wrexham. Where are Wrexham? They're 13th. Chat, do we have to start taking this save game more seriously? Out of possession, they're going to play a three-man attack, probably. In fact, they changed their shape a lot, but they always play a triangle. I say that. They don't always. But most of the time, they play a triangle in attack, and it's the same in and out of possession. So their shape is actually not that different. Tactical style, they're going to play direct. They're basically playing for counters. Okay, I'm going to change something here for this next match, because my normal team instruction is distribute to centre-backs, and I think that's an awful idea if they're playing their front three. We're going to put it on... What do I want to put it on here? I think distribute to flanks. I think if we can get it to our wider players quicker, that will serve us a lot better in this game. Their press is not going to be very efficient because they're sitting quite far back with the 5 back, the centre mids, then the 3 forwards. So I think we can bypass the press as well. Right, I'm backing us to play the space ball here. I'm backing us. I believe. I think if this game came out as a rival to Football Manager, right? If this came out as a rival to FM24, I think the reception would be a lot more positive than it has been. But I think it's because people are comparing it to FM24, which is kind of fair enough at the end of the day, because you're charging more than FM24. But I don't feel like this game is like awful. Also, chat, remember, the shadows aren't going to move. Just a little reminder. Has anyone else's attribute colours changed back to default? Every time you restart the game, the attribute colours reset. I don't know either. I think we have to treat the game as if it's still in beta. Right. Come on, the boys! Let's get a win to start the league matches in today's stream. I've said my aim for this year is playoffs. The board have said top half. I've sold and got rid of a lot of experienced players in favour of building a young team for the future. I want a year of development in the championship. Next year, promotion year. Hey, Eric, how's it going? And Hissy Fit as well. I'm doing very well, thank you, guys. Bunida, oh my word. Great save. Also, biggest change in the game, I don't get shown the corners from those highlights. It used to be on key highlights, if a shot got parried wide, like you were always shown the corner no matter what. And that literally took hours off my life. Like, we've wasted hours there. Are they just going for bangers? They might be. CJ Chaos, dude, 52 months just with the WTS bottle throw. I wish we could throw bottles still in this game. I don't like their front three. I actually think playing narrow in this game might be the play. Because I don't like the fact that they have 3 men on our 3 defenders. Distribute it to the DM. I'm going to play narrower in this game. And there's not going to be space to find because they're sat deep. If you're passing into the space, the space is backwards. Okay, let's see what we can do. Can't fill a player/staff that wants to join my club. I've not seen that issue, Ben Dad. I was able to filter it yesterday. How are you doing, Addons? How's the save going? Yesterday we lost 6-0 against Portsmouth. So if we don't lose 6-0, I consider it a success. But we do need to be better. Just check my phone before going to bed and realised you'd gone live. Just listen to my dulcet tones as you sleep. That sounds creepy, doesn't it? I mean, statistically, we're brilliant, but we've not actually had any of the highlights. Also, Cernak's got an injury. I'll take him off at half-time. I spent a lot of money, by the way, on Buziane. He's been cacked so far in 3 games. Well, 2.5 games. I go and double change. Diallo on, Jurasek on. And I'm going to change our mentality. We're having a lot of possession. We need to have that possession higher up the pitch. I'm proud of everyone. Who do I think will win this race? I'll be honest. I don't watch it. But my wife, who might be in chat, will be watching it with me. She'll probably make me watch the finale with her later. So she might be in chat. So if you are watching the Traitors finale, please don't post spoilers in the chat. If that's okay. Otherwise, she'll be very cross and you will be banned forever because she does have a sword. Question preferences. Should I turn UI transitions off? It depends on the speed of your PC, Jason. I'd experiment with the settings and see what looks good on your machine. I've heard Kev won the Traitors because he can't lie. Kevin Chapman should be studied, everyone. What is that? Sorry, what is that? What is that? Chat. What is that? What is that? I'm fine. I might need wing backs, everyone. We might need wing backs. I thought tracking wide midfielders could do the job for me, and they're not doing it. I hate to say it, they're not. It ain't working. I'd almost rather play 2 defensive mids and have one of them play as a kind of wide coverer before I abandon my plan. We can come back. We can play total football. Look at this. This is pretty. This is nice. This is beautiful. Have a go. Right, don't have a go. That's stupid. Oh, Cordoba steps up. We love that. I do feel like their system with the front 3 is a bit of a kryptonite to us. Thing is, the tracking wide midfielders work if we don't get hit quickly, but teams are transitioning very quickly against us. Jurasec. I don't know what the goalie's doing there. I feel like he was stood in the goal. Is the update out on regular Steam yet? I think it is, but I've not checked. I'm still just in the beta branch, but it's the same build. I want to make a free at the back without wide midfield, without wing-backs or full-backs work. Is he off? He looked off. Bungard. He's on. Jurasec. Bungard! It's a mad save. It's a mad save. I mean, statistically, it's not been that bad. But it's not been great. We should be Statistics FC. Bungard, love him as the false nine. Jurasec, dancing. The dribbling is the best thing about this game, and it might be too good. But you see goals I've not seen in FM before. We're chilling. They scored a goal where our centre-back assisted it. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think we've been bad here. If you switch your properties to the beta yesterday, do you need to switch back? You can if you want, Astro, but the build is the exact same. And if you stay opted into the beta, when more updates come out, you will get those updates automatically. So there's that, as far as I'm aware. So I don't think there's any point in opting out. All right, let's get in Popov. Forson's not been good. Right, McLean. I need to start playing McLean more. Chat, remind me after this game he should probably be playing for me. I feel like we've been okay. I need to set up set pieces as well, chat. I forgot to do that after the last game. Remind me, set pieces. They've done nothing. They've done nothing. Surely we win this. Surely we win this at Carrow Road. We need to make this a fortress. Come on, the Canaries. Canaries are just not very intimidating animals. What could you give a canary for them to be more intimidating? I reckon in fangs. Oh, my word. Bungard! Let's go. Was it a Popov assist? No, it was an Oscar assist. Liquid football. Liquid football. We're so back. Reports of our death greatly exaggerate. Do I stay on attacking now? I think we go to positive. Let's show some restraint because they're set up to counter. So there won't be edited versions of these streams on YouTube, but if you want to rewatch the streams or catch up, there is a live tab on the YouTube channel you can go to and find all the previous streams. What is going on? What is that? I think it got kicked out the keeper's hands. See, the only thing missing for a win was me watching. 2 goals since I joined. So by Sweden, you can never leave. I'm sorry. Right, come on the boys! Can we make something magical happen? Jurasec. Right. Let's get another. Let's make it look comfy. It has been comfy as well. Why couldn't you... Is it off? Is he giving offside? That was a beautiful goal. That was a beautiful goal, and we've been robbed it. But we've got the win. Tactical masterclass by Mr. Space. We adapted the plan and it worked. Good win. Good win. I mean, Ipswich, our rivals, are top. We're up to 9th. We're bloody massive. Ignore the fact Bristol City have got a game in hand on us. Ignore that bit. That's not important. Stoke next away. Set pieces. Thank you. I'm not even going to do that much with set pieces, to be clear. Oh, I've not even done this, chat. Right, near post, in swinger. It's always near post. We'll go balanced. Hybrid. Mark the near post. Counter. Make these routines, then I'm going to change them. And McLean as well. Thank you, chat. Yeah, we need to sort out McLean. Did we just try the routine that worked last year? Do we try the routine that hopefully they fixed? Because if they didn't fix, I'd be very concerned. Imagine if they hadn't fixed this. It'd be very funny. We'll always have 2 stay back. Near post. Get it to B1. Any idea when the next update on Steam will be? I might be mistaken. I think they said the next... I can't remember if it was the next update for console or the next update for Steam. I think they said they're already working on it. And it might be next week, but I'm not sure. Can you see player development? I mean, if they've got +1s, +2, they added back in the graph. I think they fixed it in the update. Because this screen just didn't work before. Have they fixed it? It looks like it is kind of fixed, but it doesn't show you like that it doesn't show you like the pluses. But maybe that's because my players haven't improved yet. Any tips for making the game work better on laptop? Not really, I'm afraid. I've not heard much chat about like lower end spec users. I don't know how, like, I saw a lot of people complaining the game was too laggy. I feel like it's tricky, right? I got loads of people message me when the full game, well, when the beta came out going, why did you not mention in your alpha video that it's really laggy? I'm like, it's not laggy for me. I should try it on a lower end machine to see what it's like. Is there anyone watching who is on like a laptop that's like, you know, at that lower end of the specifications? Like, how does it actually run? Also, have we got a takeover happening? Just rumours. I'm on a toaster and it runs fine. When you load the graphics, it runs smooth. My game keeps freezing on PC during match, not a PC quality issue. I don't know the fix. I've seen a lot of people reporting the freezes. I haven't had any of them myself, so I can't really offer help. I know there was a lot of discourse around the game before launch, like how it was going to run on lower end machines. But I've not seen as much as I thought I would on that since it came out. Do I just keep playing Buziane, chat? Do we just persist with him because he needs game time to develop? He's not wowed me so far. Has the new patch made huge changes? It's made a lot of changes for me. Like, the loading time between screens now is, like, instant with no transitions. And, like, the attribute colour changes are nice. There's loads of little quality of life changes everywhere. How can I change the transition speed? So there's a few new preferences, chat. If you go between screens, you get, like, the pop-ups coming in and out. If you go to detailed on your preferences and go to audio and visual, you can change your attribute colours here. Bear in mind, this resets every time you restart the game at the moment. But then here, you can turn off the transitions and then set a speed. It's a bit weird. Even if you turn off the transitions, faster seems to make a difference for me. But if you're on a lower-end machine, the transitions exist to kind of hide the loading. So like I can show you, I'll put the transitions back on, chat, so you can see what it looks like. So this is what the game looks like. You see how slow? You see how I have like a fade? You can actually see when I click, it goes purple. So you can see the delay between me clicking. And everything has this flash. Whereas if I go to preferences now and turn off everything and go faster. Now, on lower-end machines, like, you're still going to have the delay. The transition was basically there to hide loading. But there's users like myself who are on higher-end machines where, like, that loading's just not needed. There's going to be no custom skins for this game, chat. I say there's going to be no, to be fair, there are people trying to work on skinning for the game. And I think they've got as far as recoloring stuff. But the issue is that the update that went out yesterday just broke a lot of stuff. Like, it broke all the skin in progress that people have made. And I think the reality is this year the game is going to get updated so frequently and probably constantly break people's skins. I don't see the point myself. I'm sure there'll be people who do skin, but I'm not even sure how sophisticated it's really going to be either. Hey, the Mad Scientist, dude, how are you doing? How is the editor? I've not heard much on the pre-game editor and the state of it. Is the stability good this year? I say that, it's never good at launch. I feel like Sports Interactive miss a trick by not kind of getting some of the most, like, active modders who, like, do custom databases to just try out the new editor ahead of time. Because, like, the editor, they accidentally put the editor live when the beta released. I understand why they don't want the editor live when the beta releases, because if people use custom databases, like, it could be the database that's a problem, and then you get people reporting bugs that aren't actually bugs with the game and are bugs with a database. But I feel like they do miss a trick. Well, I'll be doing a guide on how to add a new gem pack. I've already done it, GNG. It's if you go to my must-have mods for Football Manager video, it's there. Although I have started using a slightly different pack. So I might do a video covering that, but I need to see. It's not been updated for the latest build with its more thorough kind of way of adding players. So I've not tried that yet. The editor's as buggy as the game. Not great. Jack, you found a way to add average form to your view. What do you mean by average? Do you mean like last 5 game form? Last 5 matches form? So you can put the average rating. I'll be honest, okay, I don't know if anyone from Sports Interactive is watching. I feel like they often are by the stuff that gets addressed, because I feel like I cry about stuff and then it changes. This panel here for the last 5 games... In previous FMs, it had like a bit to the side that gave you the last 5 match average. Because I'll be honest, like, having tooltips on these graphs is like, it's not very useful. Whereas the fact there used to be to the right, you got given like, here's that actual like number average, but for these 5 games, like that then made this useful. Like this in isolation where you have to mouse over everything is not useful. Like, I can't glance at this and go, I know who's in form and who's not in form. I just can't. So, that'd be a really good change. Can you put a link to the squad view? I've not shared the squad view yet, just because the game keeps changing and changing how stuff's work. I probably will, like, share my custom squad views at some point, but I kind of want to see what gets changed in the first month. Can you not insert it? No. You can't insert that extra bit. But it would be very useful. Because ordinarily I'd have the form for the last 5 games on this screen here, but there is just no point. Right, we need to bring McLean into the team. What's his fitness level like? Fitness test not required. I changed this centre mid to a centre mid from like a more attacking role, but I am wondering if I go to a more attacking role for it. Because I kind of want them further forward. I could try attacking midfielder. I feel like McLean's not greatly suited to that. But he's not really suited to any of the roles I'd want to use. He's 33. Because I'm not worried about getting promoted this year. Like, McLean is probably my best player, but I almost feel like I'm better off phasing him out and just giving Forson more game time. I say that, Forson's not developing either. Can you put release clauses on the squad view? You can, yes. Jack, I think I know what I want to do for my birthday. I hope you're ready to hear about it after the stream. Right, the wife's planning her birthday, chat. So, you know, if you want to fund a good birthday for her, become a channel member, subscribe, watch all the adverts and stuff. What do you reckon she's plotting? What has she found on Instagram that she thinks is a good holiday plan? I think I'm going to go with Diallo. Not Diallo. Diallo's the winger. Forson as centre mid. Is invite crosses still on? It shouldn't be. Let me check. That's unbalanced. I'm still trying to work out how we fix our defending. I almost feel like putting on counter pressing is counterintuitive because actually it stops the tracking wide midfielders getting back into position. Let's go into standard. I could try regroup. I never use regroup, but like it's a new engine. It's a new engine. We're trying to get a new tactic working that wasn't really possible before. Let's give it a go. Waddle Morris, thank you for funding Wok's birthday. I don't know what a birthday thing's going to be, but 6 months to the Prime. I appreciate you. Do you reckon she wants a trip to Norwich, chat? Maybe that's it. She wants to go to Carrow Road. Cool idea for Parts Prem is to start a low women's club and work your way up to men's Prem. The issue is that the default women's database only goes 2 divisions deep. And part of the charm of Park to Prem is starting like 9 divisions deep. The original plan was to go to Iceland, but restricted due to visiting. So, she wants a spa day, afternoon tea, then dinner at a fine dining restaurant. Okay, chat, I'm afraid to say, I appreciate you, Waddle Morris. That one sub ain't covering that, is it? Blimey. What else does she want? Does she want a dinosaur? Well, women's leagues be on when you do Park to Prem. I've not really thought about it much yet. I don't quite know how the reputation of women's football slots into Park to Prem's kind of rep system. If we do go down the moving clubs route. I'm not sure. I did a women's save. I have. I did a video covering it. I did a season with London City Lionesses. I actually think that video was really good, but the views on it haven't been great. Which for a video I put a lot of effort into is a bit kind of demoralising. I mean, I didn't think it would be crazy because I don't normally do like one season in a video kind of videos. But naturally, especially at launch, I don't want to be too experimental with my content. Right, Tremonti, Bungard. Early goal would be lovely. Not to them, obviously. Good job, the new FM came out this year. Otherwise, what could be getting Colin the Caterpillar in a Big Mac? No, she's still getting that for her birthday. How about a 3-day Norwich Premier Inn with Domino's? See, I think that's a great birthday trip, but she will disagree and say that afternoon tea and a spa is better. Is there a face pack for women? I think there are some out there, but the cutout mega pack doesn't have a version with women included yet. That said, I think they are working on quite a lot of them being added. Okay, Mbamba's offside. I think I was looking through the submissions. I think loads of loads of the French female footballers have been added in, but it's not in a version that's yet released. Okay, that was a little bit of a warning that Stoke just lumped up to Mubama and scored. The thing I'm really interested to see is, can we get the wide midfielders getting goal side of their attacking midfielders? I mean, that is such a nice goal. That is such a nice goal. Bungard with another goal. Who was it who said the other day that Bungard was like a bad signing? They told me one green attribute. I will accept the written apology to Bungard now. I did deflect in, but it was going in anyway. It's his goal. Signing of the season, Philip Bungard. He was a hero in one of my save games before, where we trained him to play defensive midfielder. So this universe, where he's now a false nine, feels weird. I missed any response to this yesterday. Has the patch fixed the ID issue for facepacks and logos? I don't know, Kyle, but the latest version of the TCS logo pack has fixed it anyway. Oh, what a save. So, yeah, I'd download the latest TCS 26 logo pack. He went for the deflection intentionally. I agree. Bungard's the GOAT. I mean, so far, I don't want to jinx it, so good. They've not had too many chances. They had a goal disallowed, but that was just a lumped ball and he was off. We play some pretty football with this system. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Woo. Blimey. Down, boy. I've got a bit excited there. That was unreal. Bonus points if you hit it in off the crossbar. That's all I'm saying. Like, scream your boa as you bang that in. That's all I'm saying. My highlight settings are broadcast camera with broadcast camera 1.25 times speed. Okay, so Tremonti is at least now, as a tracking wide midfielder, kind of getting across, which is good. Does he want to put in a tackle? No. I don't love this. Crosses are the thing that's going to scare me. Crosses are the thing that are going to scare me, I think, this season. Okay. That was a bit scary, wasn't it? I can't get over how good that finish was, by the way. I have to say, for all its flaws, and even the match engine is not flawless, I'm surprised I've not seen more criticism of the match engine for certain things. I do feel like I get way more into the games this year because it does just look better. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not FIFA level graphics, but like, if I'm sat at a distance like this, I could think I'm watching an actual football match, minus the fact the grass is a bit bright. I've always felt like Football Manager's end goal with its graphics should be, if I'm playing it on a laptop in an airport, someone walks past me, they can't tell if it's a real match of football or Football Manager. I feel like that's the benchmark the game should be aiming for. Right, you've done brilliantly. Keep it going. We're chilling. I don't think the game will ever look as good as F1 Manager. People like animating humans on a football pitch versus F1 Manager. Like, it's... Chat. Animating an F1 car is so simple compared to animating people. Like, to a level I can't even express. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Football Manager... Well, F1 Manager's graphical fidelity goes beyond its beyond its animations. But even just modelling people is a lot easier to model a car than a person, like to look photorealistic. Like it's so much more difficult. When's the next F1 Manager stream? Probably never. Chat, I'm so sad. They never even said like we've cancelled the series, did they? Frontier have just kind of gone, well, that's just bury the body. No one's going to ask questions. Where's Bungard from? I think it's Randers. That's a good goal by Mabama. How did that cross get across, chat? I was reading chat. Who do we blame? Or do we just accept crosses are quite good in the current match engine? There's a Bungard at Bromley. Oh, is he moved to Bromby? He used to be. We can just check, can't we? Oh, he did move from Branders to Bromby. Apologies, chat. He moved. I got it wrong. We're ahead in this game. Is this the kind of game where I should abandon my principles? Is this the kind of game where we do just go, right, it's time to play with wing-backs and just see out the game? Because, I mean, I can do it. I just it's a bit boring. But maybe I should have a plan B for holding on to games more. Where we do just say, hey, we're going to be more sensible. Forson's not been great. Get him McLean. Right, let's just see out the game. This feels dirty. I don't like this chat. I'm trying to make it work without wing-backs, and I've got nervous against Stoke. Imagine if you had a preset for plan B. Far too much effort. Right, hold on, boys. Oh, we'll take the win. What's the goal of this save? To make Norwich the greatest football team on planet Earth. Oh, imagine if Jacob Wright... Where's the keeper positioned here? This whole side of the goal is open. If he shoots, this goes in. Keeper's positioned it. I've seen it. Okay, we've gone for the cross. Popov! The players react really badly to rebounds off the post. Does anyone notice that? We noticed it yesterday. It was a very bad example yesterday. Great win! I don't know what's going on with, like, the mad model behind every camera at the end of games. Where are we, chat? We're up to 8th! We're up to 8th! We're massive! Should I make a plan B? Right, this is the copy tactic. In possession... We could go wide midfielders. Out of possession. See, neither of them can play wing back, but there are going to be games where I think I need wing backs. I'm trying to think, when we've been conceding, has there been any times where the fact I'm playing wide centre backs has been an issue? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember there being. Like, our defenders are passing around for fun. It's interesting that the wider centre-backs seems to be getting more passes. I mean, aerially... We're not really doing bad. I mean, is our defence even the issue? We've conceded 13, but we did concede 6 in one game. So we conceded 7 goals in 6. It probably is the issue. But it's not like our goal scoring's been crazy either, is it? Jack, what team do you support in real life? As a Liverpool fan. Sorry. A lot of shots hit the woodbird this year. I think that's just Football Manager. I mean, that's not to excuse it, but I feel like that's not unique to this year. Let's try inside forwards instead of wide forwards for a few games. I'm enjoying the fact that this season I'm basically just using it as a chance to experiment. Now, the one thing that was very good last year, so last year wide centre-backs always used to get caught out of position. But one thing that can be quite good is actually to just play ball-playing centre-backs and then tell them to dribble more. That's always been good in Football Manager. So do we try it again here? And the reason it's good on the wider players is it basically encourages them to dribble into the wider areas. When you have wide centre-backs, when your team has the ball, they'll move wide and then the other two have to move across. I'm doing it gestures. I've got a tactic. Chat, I have a tactics board. We can discuss it on the tactics board. Bloody hell. Where is it? They call me Timmy Tactics. Right, chat, tactics board time. Lock in. Lock in. Right, so. Let me get it the right way up. Can you see that on the... It's a bit... So when you have wide centre-backs, right, like they go wide and then all the other two defenders move across. I've not really thought this through. This is... There's literally no point in doing it this way. I feel like Amarin. Do you reckon Amarin was a Football Manager one? Basically, when you have wide centre-backs, what are the moves? What are the moves wide? Then the other two move across. So if the play's on the left side, it kind of becomes like this, and this is your left centre-back. But the issue then is when you lose the ball, they've all got to shuffle back around to make a back three. And that transition can kill you in game. And they'll move there even when like the wide players have got the ball. So they'll do that. But if we play with ball-playing centre-backs, they'll hold this narrow shape. But if they're not being pressed, they'll run wide and link up with the wide players in a similar way. There's essentially lower risk than a wide centre-back. I feel like Amarin. You know what? I should have just used the visualisers in game. The visualisers in game would have been a much better way of showing this. I've now got pen all over my hands. Basically, historically in Football Manager, ball-playing centre-backs with dribble more on have been a better version than wide centre-backs. That's all you need to know. Because you're not really looking for overlapping centre-backs. Obviously, you have overlapping centre-backs as well, but that's not really what we're looking for. We don't have the technical ability in our players to do that. I love the fact I say dribble more on, and it sounds like dribble more on. Maybe I should dribble more on. We'll see how it works. Chat, are we getting a takeover? Is it going to go through? Still only rumours. Also, can we discuss how many clicks that is for me to check if it's a rumour or an actual takeover? It's too many clicks, blood. I wonder how many times I click per hour playing this game versus playing FM24. Pasta or pasta? Great question, J.R. I don't know. Right. Finances are... Woo! But it's okay. I say that. There's no parachute payments here. Gibbs is injured. Send him home. Don't want him infecting the squad. You can just press up on the arrows instead of space. That's not the... People always tell me, Jack, why don't you just use the arrows on this to read stuff? Well, you know why? Because the beauty of spacebar being go to next read message was if I'd read all my emails, I didn't have to click on it portal, then go to the bottom email and then start hitting up. Like, that was the beauty of it. Like, the flow was spacebar in the old Football Managers always took you to where you had to do something. If there was something that needed to be addressed, it would take you to it. To say, you just have to go to the portal, find the lowest message, then click on it, and then press up. That's not the same. It's just not. Okay. We're changing to inside forwards. You know what would be really useful, chat, for analysing the hat tactic? You know what would be useful? If I could have a heat map. I'm fine. You can use the 2 ticks to mark all as read, but I want to read the messages, Tekaz. There's nothing worse than when I've scouted 50 players. That it's just like, well, I can't be bothered clicking through them all or going to the bottom one and, like, scrolling. I fully appreciate not everyone wants to read all their emails in Football Manager, but I think for a lot of people, they do want to read all their scout reports. The amount of times where I do a load of scout reports and then I see my inbox, there's just 20 messages of scout reports, I just think, I can't be fucked. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't mind playing narrow this game. So inside forwards are going to make us a lot more narrow, but narrow systems are typically quite good in FM. The other thing we could try is the winger role. Winger as a role is actually like a bit stupid. Can I be honest? The winger role shouldn't be called the winger role. I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion. It should just be called wide player. And I'll tell you why. Because it's a role where in the last few years they've changed the instructions you can give it. So, like, now you can actually tell your winger to cut inside with the ball. A winger literally doesn't do that. But the winger is basically just a vanilla role for a wide player. Like, it's kind of, it shouldn't really be called a winger anymore. I could try wingers with cut inside more on. We could try that instead of inside forwards, because I'm a little bit worried about the narrowness. Also, does it bother anyone else that when I click on the right winger, right, and then go to edit player instructions, cut inside is still pointing to the right? He's the right mid, it should be pointing to the left. I could try putting a hold ball up on. Which might sound stupid. But I feel like with the underlaps that we have, that actually might work really well. It's an instruction that I used a lot last year, like in all the PvP stuff. You have a wide player with hold up ball, and it will just allow him to hold it up for these two guys running from deep to get forward. Stop complaining, shall we? Look, Curious Buddy, I feel like I'm a pretty optimistic person compared to most when it comes to this game. I don't think there's anything wrong with offering constructive criticism. If you, I'll be honest, chat. If you don't want to hear any constructive criticism or just general feedback of the game, it's probably not the stream to watch. I'm a bit sorry. If you want to get logos and face packs, anyone watching, if you're watching on YouTube, it's linked below the stream, the videos that I've done on how to install them. But you can just go to the YouTube page if you're watching on Twitch as well, and it's all there. Right, let's go! Oh, we're playing against a 4-2-3-1. Boring. Boring. West Brom have won 1 of 7. This is definitely a game we lose at home. 100%. I've seen the future. And what do I see? I tell you what, the skybox looks quite nice there, doesn't it? Look at the skyline, chat. Ah. Oh. Huge patch, almost 2 gigabytes. I'll be honest, I wouldn't read into the patch sizes for Football Manager this year, chat. Purely because the way Unity games are like packaged up, like when you patch something, like a lot of it gets bundled in together. Like you change one line and it might still use, you know, a gigabyte file that needs to be downloaded. Have I got Stadium mods on? I haven't. I don't think there's any Stadium mods out there. I've seen people messing around with it. I don't think there's any that have been publicly posted yet. I think I've seen Stadium models in-game, but people haven't even been able to get like them textured in-game yet. Hey Jack, cheers from France. Bonjour mon ami. Ça va? Ça va bien? Well, wait. Allez la France. Wait, Tremonti is French, right? Or is he Italian? You know what? It's a 50-50. He is French, oui. C'est bon. Magnifique. Magnifique. Oh, you know what? Let's stop this. Irritates me the London Stadium and Stamford Bridge Stadium have corners. I have a theory that there's some legal stuff going on there, chat. I don't know if people know this. Like, stadiums are really... Oh, Bungard. What a goal that would have been. Stadiums are really hard to license in video games. And the reason is that the architects hold the rights to the stadium designs. It's not the football club most of the time. It's not the league. It's actually the architect firms. And at older stadiums like Old Trafford or Stamford Bridge is another example where the different stands were designed by different designers. You actually have to get it licensed with every designer who's designed parts of the ground for you to be able to use the stadium likeness. And I do wonder, based on like the legal troubles that Football Manager had with Manchester United a few years ago, if there is some like resilience put up where they're being a bit funny about Old Trafford. And that is one of the reasons why the stadiums can't look the same. It's Bungard again. It's Bungard again. He's so good. Also, great assist by Kvistgaard. What if we just win every game by like one goal? I mean, that works, right? If you win, you win. Philip Bungard's the GOAT. He's 21. People tried to talk me out of signing him, and I took a gamble. Did we sell Sargent? We did. We sold him for 18 mil. And I reinvested it into a lot of young players that I'm hoping longer term will be better than him. But yeah, I don't know with some of the stadiums, because there's some stadiums, right, where the likeness is just completely wrong. And I feel like it's completely wrong probably because it kind of has to be. I do wonder if someone will make a mod where you can like change stadium appearances. Like, I don't know if in the editor this year we have the ability to change the stands that are used in 3D. It'd be kind of cool if they did add that if it isn't already in. But yeah, there's so FIFA, you know, like EAFC, when they license the stadiums, like often like the newly promoted team stadiums come in a bit late. And sometimes like stadiums get removed. And even then, there's not that many licensed stadiums in EAFC really, compared to like everything else. I know they always make a habit of getting all the Premier League ones when they can. Like, it is just a massive legal issue. Not frustrated. How you doing? Julian Brandt to Norwich when? Yeah, I can't do it anymore, mate. I'm too old. I'm washed. This is like when, you know, comedians have like their one famous joke or like a voice actor has their one quote. The Julian Brandt yeah is my thing, and I fully appreciate that. Never say never to Julian Brandt joining. The new update should be out on all platforms. It released on the Steam public beta track yesterday, but it's now out for all platforms. At least all PC platforms. So if you're on Epic Games or the Windows Store or Steam and you didn't opt into the public beta, you now have the build. Didn't FIFA also have issues over tattoos as artists claim to have rights to it? I think there was something about that. It's kind of mad. Licensing in sports games, chat, is like kind of insane. Like how complicated it can be. Right, we're only a goal up. I should make some subs. Is this a game to bring in the wing-backs? It might not be now. Oh, my word. Okay. He was offside anyway. Tromoli's picked up a knock anyway. Let's bring in the wing-backs to see out the game. Popov up top. We'll put him in as a target man. And we'll tell the players now with this change just to go more direct if we get the ball. Do I want to make further changes? I could bring in McLean for Forson. Let's just see out this game. Fresh legs, bit of quality. Hey, Damien, how's it going, mate? Are you well? I mean, XG-wise, we've been the better team. They've had a lot of shots. They could have a chance here. I don't like it when a highlight starts in our area. That is concerning. Oh, the counter's on. Oscar, run! Papaya rules, Oscar. Papaya rules. I don't know what that means in football sense. Fisher. Oscar. Kvistgaard. Give it to Popov. Give it to... He thinks he's a rugby player. He thinks he's a rugby player. Pain. Why Norwich? Why not? Great win. I have to say, Jack, this summer was not the same without F1 Manager streams. I concur. I miss it. I'll tell you what. Suddenly losing 6-0 to Portsmouth doesn't seem that bad. How long's Tremonti injured for? Groin strain. Don't love it. Oh, chat. It's the next game's the big one. We're taking on the scum. Sorry to any Ipswich fans here. You know, I've got a role play. We've got the scum up next. One of the biggest games of the season for Norwich fans, this. Is Cernak back yet? No. He's not going to be back either. Pain. I have too big a squad. I need half these players sold. Just showing, where did Sargent defect to? Where did I sell Sargent to, chat? Was it Palace? There was Palace and Brentford making lots of offers. Tell you what, Millwall unbeaten in 10. Always rated Millwall. I feel like a lower back stress fracture always sounds very serious. Tommy, dude, how are you doing? Thank you for the tier 1. 5 months as well, dude. Appreciate the love so much. Has GTA been pushed back? Is that real? Has GTA 6 been pushed back again, chat? Or is it fake news in my chat? It'd be a very random thing to make up. Oh, they've actually pushed it back. It releases on November 19th. Oh, well, next Football Manager's dead, isn't it? They're going to have to go head-to-head with GTA. To be fair, I think Football Manager's one of the games that can do that. That is mad. I mean, good, I guess, delaying the game. But still mad. I'll tell you what, we've got this very young squad, and a lot of the players are improving. We love to see it. Why should we get FM27 before GTA 6? I mean, chat, let's not count our chickens. What if there is no FM27? I'm curious, right? So we've got a lot of people here, and I do feel like the loudest voices online are like the ones not enjoying the game. Equally, I think if you're watching this stream, you probably are playing FM26 at least a little bit and persisting with it. Like right now, after the latest patch on PC, we're like review score out of 10. And I'm not talking in comparison to FM24. I mean, in its own isolated bubble, I think the game is now like a 7 out of 10. 7.5. I feel like if you compare it to FM24, which was like a 9.5 Football Manager, it feels like a bigger step down. But if I compare it to any other sports management game I've played, I feel like it's on its way up. Are we on FM26.2 yet? It's a good question. I feel like I need more stuff around the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, I need more inbox items and stuff going on around the world. And, like, just... I want, like, the around the league... You know, the around the world league table bit that pops up. Like, when I play Football Manager, I want to randomly end up on the Venezuela under-21s team and have no idea how I got there and forget that I was actually meant to be getting to the next game. That doesn't happen at the moment. Hey, Pixel Plays, no worries. Hopefully the tutorials on the graphics packs were useful. Every year I do those graphics packs guides and they're always well received. And I always remember when I first started like trying to download them. Granted, it was a long time ago now. There's lots of very useless guides out there. I feel like the game is... I feel like the game has actual potential. Like, I'm not playing this game thinking, oh my gosh, as a creator, how am I going to play and enjoy this game for the entire year? I feel like it is actually steadily improving. I need to talk with Buziane here. He has been awful lately. You got to step up your form. If he doesn't get a goal in this next one, maybe we bin him off. Someone did say earlier the ball looks like it's floating and it's annoying, and they were right. What you see, it won't go away. I mean, I've gone the other way and forgotten about it. But yeah, there's no shadows on the ball. Jack, there's a video on the Norwich channel about how to pronounce names. Cough, cough, Kvistgarden. It's probably said like Kvistgarden. I don't know. That sounds more Scandinavian to me. I don't feel like I can drop Kvistgarden or Bungard. Especially because Popov is like the plan B. I will say, Popov improving is good. Also, is it raining outside? I can hear weird noises outside. It must be raining. Jack, are all your team meetings broken in a way where players' happiness doesn't change at all? I don't think so. I think it doesn't always show immediately. I think you have to hit continue once after you do the meeting. I want to see Bungard improving more. That's what we need. Okay, this is the biggest game of the year, chat, against Ipswich. This is the one Norwich fans care about. Also, I've just noticed, when you sort the team by wages, look how many of the players on high wages are not starting for me. Like Medic, Stacey, McLean, Schlupp. Only 2 of them are contracts expiring this year. That is concerning. What role is Oscar on? Is it channel? I wonder if I should go with 2 channel midfielders. I feel like that shouldn't make sense, but that's kind of how Football Manager works a lot of the time. Jack, how to get logos that disappeared with the update? No idea. I've not had that issue. Let's go with this team. Let's go with this team. Right, Ipswich Town, the scum. We hate them, chat. We hate them. Stand up if you hate Ipswich. I can't stand up, or as you'd see my crotch on camera, and no one wants to see that. The wife's next door going, yeah. No one else does. You know what? This is the internet. There's some weirdos out there, isn't there? Yeah, I see you. Get your hand out your pants. Right. Let's get into this game. Let's get into this game. They're in 3rd. We've dropped down to 9th because it's a game in hand. Come on! Is the game worth buying at this time? I think it entirely depends on how you play Football Manager. But on Epic and Steam, there is a demo where you can play the game for free. And I think that is just the best way to find out if it's for you. All right, come on. Let's go! Come on, Philip Bungard. I'm setting up the Bungard fan club all on my own. They're playing with 1 striker without the ball, so our playing out from the back should work quite nicely here for keeping a lot of the ball. Jack, don't get my wife all excited. Sorry, Jason, sorry. Wait, how long's Wok been my wife? Since February. 9 months, chat. Over 9 months being married now. And we got a dog. We're at that point in the, you know, the relationship. Oh, Jerusech, why? Okay, Diallo has to come in. In Diallo, we trust. Out of possession, he's not a great right mid. What kind of dog? It's a mini schnauzer, but he's quite a big mini schnauzer. He might make an appearance later. He turns up most streams. He's probably napping now. He's very, very chill. Right, Chris Garden. Oh, I like the little chop. Forson. Can we all agree that we've actually played some very nice football? Oh, look at this. Chat. Oh. Yeah, I'll do it too. I don't know what the celebration was. He's mowing people down. Come on. Jack, I did learn English watching your videos. Now I can understand anyone. I like when you say mate. So thank you, mate. Thank you, mate. That is beautiful, Edda. He scored in real life against Sheffield Wednesday. It's a good start for the players. Buziane, I criticised his form pre-game, chat. Instantly on a 7.3. Also, we changed our wide centre-backs, didn't we, to ball players who run with the ball. Look at their stats. I'll tell you why that is. It's because they're playing with one striker, so those players are dribbling the ball out a lot and carrying the ball. Jack, what do you think about the women's mode? I've played a season of the women's football. The match engine is actually quite fun and very different. There is a bug at the moment where in women's leagues outside of the league you're managing in, there's something weird going on with training of the players where they all get injured. But in general, I think it's pretty fun as an addition. I tell you what, the fact that Ipswich have got Akpom, like, that's a crazy signing. He was a bit of a baller, right, in the Netherlands? He had a little phase over there where I feel like he was quite good. Oh, Diallo skinned him. Bungard! Philip! Philip, you've shot it. It's gone out for a corner. He's shot backwards. Wait, chat. They've kept the gazebo in the corner, but look what they've added now. They've added little security, but like bollard bits. A little look. There's the visiting team bus. People, that's what they spent the extra year working on. They've added a bus outside the ground. Some poor sod modelled that and thought no one would show them any praise. To that employee, I salute you. Where's the burger van? Look, it's PC gone mad in it. Fast food has been clamped down on. It's the sugar tax. The burger business has gone down. I mean, there is still like more buses and more gazebos out here. Right, we're a goal up. I mean, away from home against the title favourites, you can't ask for a better first half. I forgot what Norwich winning a game of football was like. This is beautiful. Like, it's not done yet, Norwich fans. It's not done yet. Do you reckon the employee who animated that wiggling corner flag we saw yesterday is also the person who made the buses? In my head, they have someone in there just like... They're called Derek, I reckon. And Derek's job is just to like build miscellaneous stuff for around the stadiums. And to that individual, I salute. Oh, Diallo. Oh, that's not the pass. It's not the pass. It's not the pass. That's the pass, though. No, that's not the pass. I looked away. I don't know how he lost the ball, but I'm going to assume it's a pass. Right, Bungard. Bungard. It's like on guard, but Bungard. Oh, my word. What a move. Oh, my... Chat. Liquid football. Those kind of goals are so satisfying to watch in this new match engine. Like, he passes the ball here, watch, he keeps his run going. He times his run. Oh, you just didn't get goals like that last year. Like, that's the match engine has its quirks that I don't like, but some of the passing and movement is so much better this year. What's the setting? We're playing on the broadcast camera. The fact that they are playing with one striker just allows our centre-backs to have a lot of the play. That's why Darling and Cordoba have good ratings. I bet if I go and look at their match stats here, can I look at their advanced stats? Chat, did you know if you go on this bit here and click in, you can actually see more stats? Did you know that? I only learned that, like, recently. I don't know if I can see their dribbling stats. Can I see their dribbles? It actually isn't tracking their dribbles as them having any. So maybe they've just not dribbled at all. In which case, I'm questioning why they've got high ratings. Oh, I guess it's the progressive passes, maybe? 3 and 8. Did you know you can click on that for more detail? There you go, chat. I wish you got heat maps, but it's a bit something for it, isn't it? Lawless, it is the Bungard. Yeah, if you watch my series in Iceland on like FM22, Bungard is the regista, but he's now playing as a striker. Oh, should have been another. Should have been another. I don't want to jinx it. And there's still, there's still 20 minutes left here. I feel like this three at the back with no fullbacks might have legs with the right instructions. We've been tweaking it a lot. I think going forward, we're playing really nice football. We don't actually concede that many. Oh, I've hit pause there by accident. Sorry, everyone. We don't concede that many outside of crosses. I think if we can find a way to stop those, we're chilling. 3-0. Bungard assist, by the way. Bungard assist. That was a tasty finish as well. Bang, top bins. Sorry, can I tap into your expertise? Has place of birth been removed from the personal screen? It might have been. I haven't noticed that if it has been removed. But it's not the kind of thing I feel like many people would search for or notice. Right. Get some fresh legs here, there, and everywhere. This game's done. All I'm saying is Kvistgaard, Bungard, and Schwartau. All Danish. I should get the Denmark national team job if it was in the game. I miss it. I need it back. Okay, miles wide. I stopped breathing there for a second in a panic. Any thoughts on the trees? The trees are much better this year in game. Chat, look at the tree detail. Like, if we pause here, you can see someone's front house. Look at that. If we zoomed in enough, I reckon we'd see their sofa and TV in there. Look at the detailing. Got a little, an actual 3D tree. It's next-gen Football Manager. Was Town Law the last part to promote did international management? And I think it probably was. Oh, well, that, you know what? That was a good goal. Fair play. Fair play. Can't really argue that, can I? Place of birth is near the nationalities card at the bottom of the personal tab. There you go, chat. It's there. All right, get me out of this game. We've lost the clean sheet. We don't have to pay a clean sheet bonus now. If anything, we've saved money. 3-1 win against the scum away from home. How many years is that without Ipswich beating us in this universe? I think it's a decade. Come on. I'm very pleased. I don't want to talk anymore. Get me out of it. Chat, we're up to third. We are here. I still feel like we're punching a bit above our weight, but we'll see. 16 years until this season. Well, it's still 16 years without Ipswich beating us in this universe. It's too easy. How's the new update? Less bugs. They've definitely fixed a lot of the bugs that I had, but I'll be honest, a lot of the bugs I've been having are just the UI ones, rather than some of like the major ones that I know certain people have been experiencing. Euroset is still out for 2 weeks. I'll tell you what, all the injuries I'm getting to wide players might be a blessing. Just because it's allowing me to rotate the team a lot and the players can't be unhappy. Now, someone said on the personal tab, by nationalities, you could see where the player's born. Is it in the nationalities bit? Oh yeah, place of birth, Amsterdam, Netherlands. So it is still in the game. Yeah, I sold Sargent. We can go to transfer history for people wondering. We sold Sargent for 18 mil. I sold Josh Sargent for 18 mil, and then I basically just went wild investing it for the future. Signed a load of young players, and actually, like, I've not called upon them that much. I mean, Mbakazi is going to be our future captain. He's already the vice captain and captain in a lot of games. This guy's quality. We signed him for 700k as an absolute quarterback of a centre-back with 16 passing and 16 vision. He's very, very good. Tremonti's like been a later arrival as a bit of depth. But I have got too many players. I tried to get rid of players as well. I was able to release Shane Duffy on a free. But there are more players I need to get rid of. Norwich takeover rumours persist. Can we have a tycoon takeover, please? Still just rumours. You have height in centimetres? I do. I like to know every centimetre that youngsters grow. Because when I've got centre-backs, I need to know if they're still growing or not. I'm going to have a video explaining how to search for new players using the new system. Oh, the transfer room. I mean, I can do. I don't feel like there's that much to it, but like if there is a demand for it, it's maybe something we can look to do. I'm going to remove these requirements. Because I do, like, obviously that's how we did a fair amount of our recruitment. I do think it works quite well. Is it an international break? I've just sat rotating the team and it's an international break. I'm an idiot. One thing I've just realised I don't like, it doesn't say who you're playing next up top. Yeah, I agree. And it doesn't tell you how many days until the next game anywhere either. That is one of the things I've complained about a lot. Right. Get me ready for Bristol at home. Jack, what's your favourite shape of pasta? Is what, Kit? What's the type of pasta we have now? There's a type of pasta that I literally had today. Chat, it's like a mustache rolly shape of pasta. Does anyone know the type? It's like this. It's like two little tubes wrapped like next to each other. I don't know what it's called. But it's very good. It has a nice long surfaced area, so lots of flavour sticks to it. You know, technical terminology. I should be a food critic. That was a gang sign in the US. Jack's throwing gang signs. I guess I'm a gangster, chat. That's like the McLovin gangster thing, isn't it, really? I feel like I'm not one to be able to pull off the gangster lifestyle. Raya, thank you for gifting a sub to Huge Potato. That's very, very kind of you. Chat, Wok is clearly not watching the stream. My wife is not watching the stream, so she can't answer questions about pasta for you. She told me off for using her brain too much and not using my own. No idea what she's talking about personally. Oh, chat, this is really going to annoy me, this pasta shape. I'm going to Google pasta shapes. Pasta shapes. I don't think it's shown. I feel like it's quite a new hipstery type of pasta shape. I'm looking at images and none of them have the type of pasta I'm looking for. Rigatoni sounds familiar. Let me check. This is where we're at, chat, in my life. No, it's not rigatoni. Imagine rigatoni, but it's like 2 cylinders. And it's a lot narrower. It's kind of long and narrow. Casareccia. I mean, that sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. It's Casareccia. Casareccia? Is that how you say it? That's the part. It's very good. It's very good. I hope my pronunciation of Casareccia was good. Definitely wasn't. Oh, Gabriel Sala close to triggering clause where we get 875k. Yes, please. People are just now naming Italian regions, potentially. I wouldn't know. I don't feel like I'm a particularly cultured individual when it comes to food or pasta. How long have I been married? Like 9 months? Chat, what is the top tier of pasta? I say that. People are going to write pasta. I'm not going to know what they are. I'll have the tubey one, please. Or spaghetti. Chat's writing names of pasta. I don't know what they are, chat. But thank you for the engagement. There's going to be on Twitch and YouTube, when you finish your stream, it shows spikes of chat activity. So I know there'll be a spike and 2 hours in where people just start spamming their favourite pastas. Oh, that's not good. Chris Garden's out for 2 to 3 weeks. Nobody like that. Popov is going to have to step up. I don't know if I should do Championship or League One. Help me pick, Jack. Trust your gut. Flip a coin. Heads, it's League One. Tails, it's the Championship. Gainmaker, you're repeatedly right. Jack, you must sign a Senegalese player if you want to succeed. You've just tuned into the stream, clearly, because I have a Senegalese player and I've already got another one joining me next year. Appreciate the love. But let's not spam the chat. Especially if we've literally not been watching the stream. It makes you look a bit silly. Right. Popov in. Is Popov gonna pop off? Yeah, I spent the last 2 minutes while I was getting ready for this game thinking of that. We haven't had a prediction yet. Is there a big game coming up for a prediction, chat? Who have we got coming up? Derby? Swansea? Alright, are those big? No, not really. Where are Bristol City? Bristol City are in 12th. We've actually played a lot of the teams around us at the top. We've played Wrexham. We've played Portsmouth. We've played Ipswich. We've played Millwall. If we win here, we're in a good spot. I feel like Bristol City are normally quite good in FM. We've got Hull, Sheffield Wednesday, I guess Leicester. I feel like there's a run of games here that we should be winning, based on our recent form. Jack, have you ever considered a secondary game to stream? Mate, I used to stream a lot of F1 Manager. I used to get more people watching my F1 Manager streams than Football Manager. Then the franchise got cancelled. I'll tell you what, chat, last year was pretty unlucky for me. There was no FM25 and then F1 Manager got cancelled. I feel like last year, if you wanted a game to get cancelled, just ask me to stream it and it'll probably be dead. Jack, next game in Daisies is played in 3 key places: 1 portal overview, 2 top left of loaded screen, and 3 first team squad. Thing is, I just want it at the top of the screen at all times. Stream COD or FIFA then? I'd rather just stream Football Manager. I feel like COD and FIFA aren't that fun to watch, but maybe that's just because I don't enjoy watching them. So the idea of me making it for people to watch just doesn't really appeal to me. Well, people would have still watched F1 Manager. The numbers suggest otherwise, I'm afraid to say. So I mentioned MFL in the chat. My MFL season's going very well at the moment. I've got a massive game in MFL that's just finished, where it's first v second in silver. If I win it, I go 7 points clear. I kind of want to check the score, chat. Should we check it after the game? MFL, oh, chat. MFL is definitely not for everyone. It's an online football management game. Imagine Ultimate Team meets Football Manager. But all the players and clubs have like a real world value. It's like So Rare meets Ultimate Team meets Football Manager. It's fun. It's not cheap to get into. It's one of those disposable income hobbies that I fully appreciate not everyone has the time or money to invest. Essentially, it's like a Football Manager MMO, where a season lasts 6 weeks. It's very, very fun. I enjoy it a lot. But it's not for everyone. But for those who do enjoy it, and there's a group of us on my Discord that chat about it literally daily, it's very, very fun. Buziane, let's go. Finish that. He had the whole goal to aim at. He had the whole goal to aim at. How long do I spend with the woofer lately? I should be with my dog. Chat, the dog learnt to jump out of his pen this week. Absolute nightmare. Do you want to see the video? Do you want to see the video of the dog learning to get out of his pen, chat? We're going to do the really high-tech streaming technique of showing my phone screen. Oh, you know what? They've got a penalty. I need to cheer myself up. Right, chat, are you ready for this? So this is the dog a couple of nights ago deciding to flee the house. He's been sleeping in that pen for 4 months. And 2 nights ago, he decided he was no longer sleeping in that pen. And now he doesn't stop jumping out. So now he sleeps in the bedroom with me and Wok. So, you know, we're at that stage in the puppy kind of thing. That fence, by the way, is like 60 centimetres tall. And he just can jump over it. He's part kangaroo. He's a very bouncy dog. Like, he doesn't jump up on people, but he loves to, like, bound around. Oh, now we're a goal down. What's the dog called? He's called Milo. He is very, very cute, but he is a pain in the buttocks. But yeah, he worked out how to get out of his pen. Put an electrical fence. I was thinking about a shock collar. But I did hear from people that, you know, as a Twitch streamer, maybe I shouldn't do that. What shape are they playing? Out of possession, front three. It's the Wrexham issue, isn't it, again? Right. So he changed goalkeeper distribution to mixed. Distribute to flanks. Play a little bit narrower. Get rid of pass into space.
I didn't catch that.
Siri, why are you listening to me? My phone's listening to me, chat. Help me. Shall I go and chat after this game if we lose? Shall I summon the dog? Last time he came and joined me on stream, we lost the next game. So I feel like he is a bad luck charm at this point. But yeah, he's been in that pen for 4 months. Like, that's been his like safe space at night. That shot's gone just wide. And now he's realised he can jump out of it. Jack, thinking of tactics, do you make crazy tactics for viewership at times? I wouldn't say it's for viewership. I think people enjoy it when you don't just play a 4-2-3-1 and you try something different, which is literally what I'm doing here. Like, this is not a shape that you could play in previous FMs, and I don't really know if it's going to work this year. I think it's a tactic that has, like, flaws that have to be addressed with tactical changes. If you're going to run it, like, those are the changes I made when we come up against a front three. But for me, like, I could play a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress and it would probably work quite well. It's just boring. Like, it's not really how I want to enjoy always playing the game. Like, there's certain save games, like when I did my Gibraltar save game last year, where I will try and play optimally because I'm trying to win a Champions League with a team from Gibraltar. But, like, for this save game here, we're managing Norwich in the Championship. I feel like we can be successful without having to, like, play I don't want to say a boring way, because people can play how they want. But for me, especially, I think experimenting with the new tactical options. Like, if you're not doing that, it's like you're kind of missing out on half the game. And especially this year, there's such a big difference in like the different defensive shapes you play. Like, the difference between this three at the back and the three at the back I'm playing at Manchester United is so different. Also, that's an own goal, but we'll take it. You should try 2 wide covering DMs instead of 2 CM. I mean, at the moment, we're 3rd in the championship, so I feel like we're doing okay. It's all about experimentation. But I feel like a lot of people just, like, they download tactics or just look at what tactics work the best and then just use those. Like, I think especially the first month of FM is the most fun. What a save that is from a deflected shot, by the way. The first month of FM is really fun, and I kind of hope they patch the match engine more, because I like it when no one knows what's good or not, and so you just try and make something work with what you have, rather than kind of subconsciously knowing the knowledge of what the better roles are, what optimal instructions might be. Oh, okay, that's nice build-up by Buziane. Assist against Ipswich. Can he do something here? That was saved. That was saved. Who am I backing for the championship in F1 this year? I would love it if Max wins. As someone who was not a Max hater, but not Max's biggest fan, it would just be so funny if McLaren fuck it up. It just would be. It would be objectively funny. Right, let's bring in Jurasek on the right. Diallo on the left. Fresh legs needed. I'm going to take off Popov and bring in Cernak up top. It's been a very close game, this one. I feel like they've edged it. I could change stuff up more radically here. You know what? I'm going to do something silly. So I'm going to change our distribution to flanks. I'm going to drop the wingers deeper. We're going to up the tempo just a little bit here. But the reason I'm bringing the wide players back is I'm going to put distribute to flanks on because they're not really applying any pressure in that area. In fact, he's already on flanks. But if we drop those guys back, we can then put pass into space on. And I want us to try and focus the ball in that wider area. At the moment, I have distribute to flanks on, but we're kind of going long. So by dropping them deeper, they'll start deeper at the beginning of play. Give us more of an option to hopefully hold the ball a little bit better. But then when we do get it, let's get more direct. Jack, what other sports do you follow? I'm a massive F1 fan. Ice hockey, I would say, is like my third sport. If you want to kind of include motorsport under the sport umbrella. I'm a Toronto Maple Leafs fan. For the North Americans out there, El Diallo. I mean, the distributing to flanks worked, but we hit the woodwork. That was such a good chance too. Yeah, big ice hockey fan. To the point where was it the last time? I think it was when I saw Z recently, I was talking to him about ice hockey and he was just like, I forgot that you know ice hockey. Which I took as as a compliment. Did I see the World Series? I didn't. Baseball's never really been my sport. When I was in Florida, I went and watched the Tampa Bay Rays, and can I be honest, I didn't really enjoy it. Maybe my issue was the team I went to see, and it wasn't it was like a mid-season game that was a bit of a nothing burger. That's another chance. It didn't captivate me. I did watch the highlights of the final of the last 3 games of the best of 7. But it's not a sport for me, I don't think. I'll tell you what, we had chances at the end of that game to win it as well. We are... I mean, we're in second, so it's kind of fine. I wonder if Kvistgaard missing is going to hurt me in this run of games. 5 unbeaten. You know what? It's better than when we lost 6-0 before. Chat, do we consider this a good start to the season? I'll tell you what, it's mad how close it is between everyone. We have a negative goal difference in second. I'll tell you what, that 1-6-0 defeat really has ruined things, hasn't it? That's really funny. What's my opinion on wrestling? I've just never been really into wrestling. It's never been my thing, I'm afraid. Do I play on key or extended? I play on key highlights. I don't remember seeing the game save, so we'll just do a paranoid Control-S save. Who beat me 6-0? Portsmouth. Portsmouth are bloody brilliant. We've actually got Ipswich, not Ipswich, sorry, Derby mid-game here, midweek here. So I probably should just rest the players. Do I drop Popov? It feels harsh to drop him. But Cernak's been decent out on the right. I guess we could bring in Cernak. Buziane is actually improving a little bit, but he's not playing well on the pitch. Have I used the squad planner at all? I don't. I don't really use the squad planner. It sounds... This might sound really dickheady, but maybe other more like people who play FM a lot can relate to. I feel like you get to a point where you've played so much Football Manager, you can actually kind of just plan your squad in your head and like think ahead. I find that often the squad planner, like you have to update it so often to keep it up to date. It takes longer to do that than it would if I just track it in my head. Like, I have a pretty good idea of where I have too many players and where I have, like, not enough players right now. I don't feel like I need a squad planner to do that. Cordoba wants a new contract. Jose Cordoba's very good. He suits my system really well, too. How much do you want? He doesn't even want that much. I'll say he's asking for that. I don't like the minimum release clause, but at least it's to teams in a higher division of 12 million. Has he got a release clause currently? No. Does anyone know if online saves are broken? I've not played an online save myself, but I have heard that it's not great. I can remove and exclude it. He might not like that. What if I give him an extra year? Okay, I got rid of the release clause. He didn't lock it in. Having 18,000 for him is a problem. Is the network game coming back? Probably not in the near future. Who's my next favourite FM content creator? It's just me. I like myself. I'll be honest, I don't get to watch that much Football Manager content. And when I do, it's often just like, what are other people doing? Let's see if there's anything that like I can learn from. Or like, you know, what are people doing? It's one of those things where when you spend, especially at the moment, I'm spending like 10 to 14 hours a day doing Football Manager stuff. The last thing I want to do with my free time is just watch someone else play the game. My worst content creator, Lelujo. How long are we going to stream for? Probably another hour or two yet. I think it's going to be a late night stream today. Where's Cernak, chat? I've lost him. Oh, Cernak's on the pitch. Am I playing... I kind of want to try Cernak at striker over Popov. Is Cernak better than Pop? Let me compare. I wish the polygons worked, by the way, on this screen coming up. I've compared Cernak with Cernak. I'm a genius. Where's Popov in the list? Why does it not show positions or filter by positions or something? Who would you go for? They've got like very, very similar attributes. I think the physicals give Cernak the edge. And then we'll play Tremonti out on the right. Oscar's been getting a lot of goals as a channel forward to the point where I'm wondering if I could run 2 channel forwards or if it would be stupid. Or, sorry, not channel forwards, channel midfielders. It's one of those things where it feels like it shouldn't make sense, but maybe it will just make sense in the engine. Do you know what I mean? Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. It might also be that it works well because it's behind a false 9. But I'm struggling to get much out of Forsen. We can always change it back. What's my favourite role so far in the game? Oh, I really like the box-to-box playmaker role, but I'm not using that in this game. But I used it in my women's football save game with Grace Sciorro, and she was very, very good at it. JNH, DMS dude, how are you doing? Thank you for the prime. It's been so long since I watched your stream. Just come in. It's just in. Time for the cold Toronto weather and to appease my Leafs disappointment. Look, they won against the Mammoths. Mammoth? It's not Mammoths, is it? It's just Mammoth last night. The Leafs are back. 3rd in the Atlantic. Believe. Also, sorry I didn't read your message very well there. Chat reading's hard, innit? Skill issue. Right, let's go. Derby in the relegation zone, away from home. Let's do something magical. Buziane, look at him go. Never mind, the highlight just ended. How is their goalie on a 7.0 rating after 3 minutes? What's he done? Must be related to the bloke who does the ratings. Arjan Wenden. Oh, dude, I hope I've said your name correctly. I definitely haven't. Thank you for the raid, mate. Very, very kind of you, chat. Welcome them in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying your FM experience. I assume you're playing Football Manager if you're raiding here. I appreciate it a lot. But every FM since FM12, has the update fixed a lot of issues? It has fixed a lot of issues. What I will say is it's not fixed them all, and if you play the game in certain ways, you might not enjoy it. But there is a free demo that you can play on Steam and Epic Games where you can literally play 6 months of a save game for free. And then if you enjoy it, you can buy the game and continue that save game. So if you're a bit on the fence or you're wondering how the game's going to run on your machine, the demo's a quite good way to just test it out. Right, a goal before half-time would be nice. There's not been a lot happening in this game so far. Since we changed to the wingers, he's off, right? Yeah, he's off. Since we changed to the wingers that cut inside more, is it just me or is it have we created more? It might just be confirmation bias. Jack, do you know when the ESC slots become available? It's after a player's been at the club for a year, their ESC slot is like reviewed, and I think they have to have played like 30% of the matches for your team in that year. And if they have, then they get a work permit, and then the slot becomes free. Chat, I ballsed up the team talk, and now you can't do a shout immediately to fix it. Pain. Is there hope for FM26 to be saved? I don't think the game's that bad. There's a lot of things that annoy me, but actually they're fixing a lot of the stuff. They've fixed a lot of my biggest complaints. I don't hate the UI. I feel like it could be more intuitive, but I don't think it needs to be like burnt to the ground. Like there's certain things, like looking for goal scorers where it's too many clicks. looking at like player stats in leagues is too many clicks. There's some stuff where it's like a small pop-up when it could be a full screen thing. But I actually find navigating the game quite intuitive. Like, I quite like the portal screen. It's like, I feel like some of this is controversial stuff I'm saying. I think the game's kind of okay. And I think it's improved a lot already, and it will probably just continue to improve. Like, SI seem pretty on it when it comes to, like, listening to what the biggest complaints are and then trying to fix stuff around it. Don't enjoy it too much. People are going to say you're paid. I'll tell you what, I get told daily I'm a shill, but also I'm a hater. And I'm quite comfortable. If I'm getting like 50-50, people tell me I'm a shill. I'm licking Miles Jacobson's bumhole. And then on the flip side, I've got people telling me, you're being too negative. Like, I'm quite content with where I sit. Chat, we're not doing anything in this game. I've got to go more attacking. I don't really want to change anything. I don't want to abandon our philosophy because we're actually playing okay. We'll bring in Cordoba. Cordoba should be starting. I need to fix that after this game. If we don't win this game, I'll be a bit miffed. Do I go more attacking? The thing is, I don't want to throw away the whole result. I could bring Wright forward and then just play him as a midfield playmaker. I don't want to change too much more. Go a little bit more direct, slightly higher tempo. Joey and Clamps, mate, thank you for the Prime. Very, very kind of you. Appreciate it. Second month of Primers. Appreciate it. All right, is there a late drama, chat? Is there a goal? Is there anything? Is this real life or is it just fantasy? Caught in a draw against Derby County. That's how the song goes, right? Oh, not a long throw. Oh, wait, right, now we break. Do you believe? Do you believe in Philip Bungard? He's on his own. He needs to do it all on his own. He skips past his man. One-on-one! Philip Bungard is a menace! And I love him! Come on! Come on! Oh, can you believe it? Yeah, get your hands behind your back. Don't get done for a handball. The hero. One green attribute. Remember that. Oh, tactical genius, chat. Tactical genius. What can I say? We'll take the points. Scratch Monkey, thank you for the Prime as well. What a time to sub, by the way. That was mad. Nice work, everyone. He's a hero. Philip Bungard was mocked. I was mocked for signing this man. You're not laughing anymore. 7 goals and 3 assists in 10 games. Football Manager still has deadline day. I've seen loads of people saying the game's removed deadline day. Like, you still get agent offers. The game still progresses very slowly, like, a little bit at a time. Like, am I missing something else that was part of deadline day that's been removed? I feel like the channel midfielder didn't work, but can I really judge it after one game? Hi, Jack. Is it bad if you take a 2-minute toilet break? I feel like that's not me taking a toilet break, is it? The wife's asking me, what, do you need a hand with something? Is that what you're asking me? Okay, chat. I'll be right back. I've been summoned by the wife. Shall I go? I'll go find out what's happening. I'll be back. Say hello to yourselves in the chat while I'm gone. Chat, I found a dog. I found a dog. Milo, do you want to say hello to the people? Look, I'm going to stand up and chill your beans. Look, we have to monetize your cuteness while you're still cute. You don't want to be here. He doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to be here. Okay, but, okay. Okay, I'll put you down. I'm sorry. You can go back to the bedroom. Bye, Milo. He hates me. Chat, my dog hates me. Oh dear. Right, my headset got bashed by him. Dog. Right, back to the game. Chat, do you want to know why I got summoned? My wife found a slug in our bedroom. Do we have to panic? It's probably coming through the open window, but that's a bit grim, innit? That's a bit grim. Any advice for dealing with slugs, chat? Shouldn't the dog eat the slug? I don't think so. Salt. Burn down the house. You know what? That is definitely the reasonable action to take, isn't it, really? Just burn down the house. I can't believe that we won that game. They're the kind of games that if you win, you get promoted. Do you know what I mean? Steering results there is what is going to win you the league and get you promoted. Right. I mean, we're still in a good spot. Anyone know what skin/background actually is? It's just the default game. It's just the default game. Yeah, dogs shouldn't eat slugs, chat, because of the parasites that they can carry. If you didn't know that. I think most dog owners know that, but in case you didn't. I did a very humane thing, chat. I flushed the slug down the toilet. Is that a bad thing to do? Thing is, we don't have any grass in our garden. And I wasn't going to bother going all the way downstairs. And, I just feel like it's probably the slug equivalent of a Viking funeral ready to be flushed down the toilet. I'm sure he'll be fine. Slugs can swim, right? I think that's the star flushed away. True. Chat, am I going to get cancelled? You know, I feel like there's a difference between shocking your dog and flushing a slug down the toilet. But, I'll let the internet, the court of public opinion, can tell me otherwise. If Peter turn up at my door, I'll face the consequences. Tommy Fred, thank you for the 30 months of the Tier 1. Dude, that's such a long time. I appreciate it a lot. My rule is that any bug that's entered my house enters at its own risk. Fair cool. Is it just me or are a lot of our younger players improving? Like, the players I want to see improving are the ones improving. I've got very, very high hopes for Mbakazi, by the way. Remember when I had a ladybug infestation? Some people, newer viewers of the stream, are going, what? Yeah, there was a time where I had loads of ladybirds all living in my living room. In my old apartment. It wasn't as cute as it sounds, I'll be honest. It sounds a lot cuter as a thing than the reality is. For anyone who's ever dealt with a ladybug infestation, you can confirm. Is it bug or bird? I mean, it's a ladybird here, but some people would call it a ladybug in parts of the world. And I like to be inclusive with my language. Right. This garden is still injured. Pain. You know what would be great, chat, when I can save team selections? We should do a sweepstake, chat. How long do we reckon it's going to be for saving team selection to be added to the game? Like, being realistic. Now, I'm kind of thinking if we get it before Christmas, like, I'll cry happy tears. I'd like it ASAP, but Christmas would be good. Is that setting the bar too low? I mean, Christmas is what, 50 days away? FM27, don't chat. That's the kind of thing where if they add it before Christmas or like shortly after Christmas, I'm thinking, okay, they're cooking. I was told that Mbakazi was tired. We could give Medic the game. It's probably sensible. The only thing that annoys me is that in-game you can't see your subs attributes. There's a way you can see it, but it is a bit of a worker. Chat, do you want to know how you see your substitutes appearances, attributes? You go to the tactics screen. If I want to see Diallo's attributes, you put him in the team. Then mouse over. Then if you want to see your next sub, you put him in the team. And then chat. I wish that was chat, just to be clear. It shouldn't be like that. Technically works. See you later, some Major Dude. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Why was it already included? Was it another choice to exclude or just an omission? I think the reason stuff like saving team selections probably isn't in the game is just because they ran out of time. I've seen loads of people attribute stuff that's missing to the for the game down to the console version. I think it's literally a case of they ran out of time. Oh, Adam Eder, our former man, former Norwich boy, has just scored his second goal of the season. If you show subs at the bottom and click their name, it shows them too. No, it doesn't. Let's check. Oh yeah, you can just check them here, chat. There you go. I don't know what everyone's crying about. I mean, I do know this is just stupid, but you can see them. Does SI actually play FM? Some of the stuff is embarrassing, and presumably professionals are embarrassed about the product not being out and not being finished. I think it's very obvious they had a challenging development cycle. I don't think that they've intentionally left stuff out like maliciously. It's just like a resource thing. Which, like, that's not to excuse it, but I feel like there's this weird... I feel like you can't attribute them not playing the game to the reason that we don't have saving team selections. They probably had a chat a month before release where it's like, right, we can either put in saving team selections or something else. And the other thing was used by more people. What I realised by tweeting out about saving team selections, loads of people don't know what it is. We're back. We're back. I got 3 bugs in an hour. You're doing quite well if you only got 3. How can they run out of time? Let me tell you now, David. Game development is fucking hard. As someone who worked in the video games industry for a decade, video game development is really fucking difficult, people. No one in the dev team wants to make a shit game. No one in the development team goes, fuck the users, we're not going to include that. But like sometimes stuff takes longer. Sometimes you go, that thing's going to take 2 weeks. You start working on it 4 weeks in. Shit, we're still not finished with it. That it has knock-on effects. And it's not just a case of, oh, hire more people. It's like, that's like suggesting, oh, just get more cooks in the kitchen. The food will cook in the oven faster. It's not really how it works. Right, Bungard, get an assist. Cernak, obviously 1 goal already. Has that aerial threat. Kind of feel justified picking him over Popov. Buziane, okay. Cernak's cooking. Good choice on the striker. Come on. I mean, GTA 6 got delayed, chat. They couldn't finish their game. The difference is, obviously, when you're an annual sports game, you can't just go, right, we need to delay the game by 6 months. I mean, you can. That's what happened with FM25. But because of FM25, they couldn't really do that with 26. And also, delaying the game by a month or 6 months or however many months needed because you need to add in saving team selections is just a stupid business decision. I think like they've been pretty agile with the fixes and changes they've been putting in with the patch. Is that fair? Like stuff like disabling the transitions. Like, I think they're showing flexibility. I know there was a mod that did something similar, but like they've added in like multiple different options, right? For like disabling them completely or just like having them be faster or fastest or whatever the settings are. Like, it's very, very clear to me that they kind of have their finger to the pulse of what people are asking for. Like, the continue button sounds like that's going to get changed. And the fact they're putting this stuff in fairly quickly, I think we're going to be playing a very different game in a few months. In all honesty, I don't think I've ever used saving a team selection. Blame Matt. It's Matt's fault because when they looked at the data and went 10% of users have ever used this feature, people like Matt ruined it for the hardcore. I just started playing. Am I stuck in the match while it's playing? Like, I can't enter the rest of the game? Yes. I don't know if that's like a design thing or a limitation of Unity. I do miss being able to go into other parts of the game during a match. I feel like there's some stuff for this game that I think is fucking stupid and it frustrates me. Like, there is no numbers on the data hub graphs. You can't save team selections. The tactics screen is awful to interact with. But there is lots of stuff that I do think is very good with this game. Like, I can only speak for myself. I couldn't go back to FM24 now. I'm curious. If you've been playing FM26, have you loaded up FM24? Would you go back to it? I am someone who never really goes back to an older Football Manager, to be fair. But I feel like the match day improvements and tactical changes and the fact it just feels like different in that regard, like leaves me feeling like because FM24 is stale but also hasn't really got anything to compare to what this has got. It's annoying that's offside because that's such a good finish. But I don't think I could go back. I think it depends as well on how much FM26 you played and if you like pushed through the kind of initial friction of the UI is horrible and different, which I actually don't think it's horrible. Oh, it's a beautiful goal. Tremonti's first goal for the club. I think this game is a good game, not a good Football Manager. But it doesn't mean it can't be a good Football Manager. I don't mind the UI. Is that controversial? Like, there's certain screens like setting up training, team instructions, where I don't like the UI. I actually think the day-to-day navigation, once you get the bookmarks set up with stuff that you need, and kind of you start figuring out where bits are, I quite like the tile and cards. I think I'm going to get booed for that. I don't think that is a popular opinion on the internet, but I don't mind the tile and cards. I think they're quite good. Get some fresh legs in. You don't mind the data being hidden, everything needing more clicks. Some of the data not being in the game is very different to the UI being bad. Like, there are certain things that take too many clicks, but actually I think the navigation between certain stuff is fine. There's certain tiles where I feel like there's too many tiles within tiles, like you have to click a few many times. But I think it's like unsalvageable. But like, for example, right, the fact that the training is a pop-up, or the competitions are a pop-up, or the finance screen is a pop-up, that's like not so. That is not intrinsically tied to the UI concept. That is just they clearly ran out of time. I actually think some of that stuff is just a hangover from FM25. Based on Miles's interview, I think the entire game was pop-ups at one point. I think it just needs refinement. Can't use spacebar to read messages is annoying. They've already said that's going to be fixed in the next update, so I'm quietly optimistic on that one. Unplayable. Change tactics at half-time and it meshed the tactics and couldn't change it. I mean, stuff like that, right? That is literally a game-breaking bug. But that's not the UI being bad. Okay, the takeover isn't happening, everyone. F's in the chat. Cordoba signs his new deal that kicks in at the end of the season. We're chilling. Hey, Wolves, how's it going? Are you well, mate? Chat's writing F. I don't think the stream did go down. Did we get a mini F? Oh, you're saying F to the takeover. Chat writes F and I just assume the internet must have gone down. This update's what the beta should have been. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like, I like this. I like being able to get to my opposition report. Like, I think if you're on the opposition report, the formation analysis is actually the most useful thing in the game. And the fact that this is accessible 2 clicks, well, literally 1 click away from the home screen is great. There's just other stuff that should also be as easy to access. But I also think there's stuff, right, and where people just haven't quite figured out how to use the UI. Like I know I've been guilty of this. When I first played the game, I was like, why the fuck do I have to go to performance, then go here for training to change the player training? You don't need to do that. Training exists down here at the bottom, but you just don't know it's there. So you're like, oh my God, training's this extra click away. And it's not. And I'm not saying it's the case for all examples, but there's definitely things where I see people complain that stuff's too many clicks away. And actually, it's just they've not figured out the optimal route. Now, you could argue you shouldn't have to figure out the optimal route to be able to do that stuff, which is hard to kind of dispute. But at the same time, I think that's just an example of where it's kind of figuring out the UI and getting used to it over time. The way I describe this, right, chat, is, and this might be, like, I don't know how many people have ever... Have you ever used a piece of software for something, chat? Maybe a work, maybe a job, maybe, I don't know. The example I always give is video editing software. Like, if you play this game, like, the way to think about learning a new Football Manager, right, is it's like learning some video editing software. And when you play Football Manager for the first time, when you first learn to video edit, you don't know everything you need to know about video editing, and you kind of learn how to video edit whilst you figure out the UI and how to go through things. But then if you ever have to completely move over software, it becomes a lot more frustrating because you have this built-up knowledge of all the video editing techniques you want to use, and you know how you used to be able to do them, but then you move software and it has all the same tools. There may be certain things that are slightly different or bits that are missing, but the friction point is, unlike before where you were kind of learning where things are as you learned that they even existed, you load up this new Football Manager and you know everything that you could do in the old Football Manager, but you're having to relearn where it is, and that is frustrating. Like, it's really annoying, but it is completely normal whenever you move between a piece of software that does, between software that does a task that you already know how to do. So I do feel like I do kind of get I get the idea that UI isn't intuitive. I think it's not intuitive if you're just used to FM skins and what FM24 was. I've seen people saying that FM24's base skin was like better than this. I feel like those people played with like skins on. The base skin of FM24 has so much wasted space and is so unintuitive. Like, it's kind of crazy how like, Football Manager's UI is shit. Like, when you play the game for 20 hours as a new player, you don't know you don't know how to ask your director of football for signing suggestions, right? Like, stuff like that is so hidden in the menus. But because you don't know it exists, you're not annoyed that you can't find it because it's buried. Whereas the issue is if you know that there's somewhere in the game there's an option to ask your director of football to suggest signings, and then you have to spend a really long time when you're used to finding it instantly trying to find it in this new system, it does just feel bad. Like, there's certain stuff like the player stats of the competition screen that are too many clicks. But I feel like stuff like that will be ironed out. Like, in general, I actually think the tile and card system works quite well once you get over that initial hump. I don't think you're going to get skins for this game, chat. There's been lots of people working on some skinning stuff, and I know they got, like, they got, like, colour changing going on for the UI, and then the update came out, like, yesterday and today and completely broke all the work that had been done. I think any kind of custom UI system for this year is going to be a tall order. And just as soon as a skin is kind of finished and done, I think it will get broken by updates. Question, why is it people think they can do skins better than SI? Do people forget that SI caters for a number of different screen resolutions? I mean, to be fair, TCS skin, we had support lots of different resolutions in its final form. And there's no denying that the old FM24 UI could have been better. But the reason it wasn't getting improved is because since 2022, they've been working on the whole Unity system. So their UI designers haven't been redesigning stuff. Right, we're chilling, chat. Bungard gets Young Player of the Month. I get Manager of the Month. Life's good. 3 goals and 2 assists. But only 1 green attribute. Is there a way to terminate a loan? You'll have the option if you negotiated that into the loan. If you didn't negotiate it, you won't have the option. I've actually got everyone fit for the first time in ages. I say everyone. It's not quite everyone. Most players fit. I feel like I'm a defensive mid short, but I guess Medic can play there. It's not even defensive mids, it's actually centre mids I'm short on. I think it's okay. Do you handle opposition instructions yourself? I'll be honest, I don't think opposition instructions are that useful in Football Manager. I don't use them at all. I think very often it actually just makes the players play worse. What's the consensus on FM26? Should I buy it? I would just play the demo and see if it's for you. The game is very different. It's in a raw state right now, but it is very much playable. All right, let's do this. Also, why is the DM listed below the centre-backs? Why is one of the strikers... chat, the ordering... There's certain things that just annoy me. It's not even a game-breaking bug, just annoying. Jack, you play much of the new EAFC? I've not played as much as I normally would of EAFC, to be honest. I feel like having a puppy has left me with less free time. Opinions on the match engine so far. I've had many instances of players phasing or warping through opposition players. Honestly, that is just the animations being picked and the fact that there is no collisions in Football Manager. Like, a collision physics system doesn't exist in this game. What you're seeing is a 3D representation of the 2D simulation of the engine itself. Like, those things, they look like, oh, he's phasing through. It's actually, the players just run by, but there isn't an animation that looks good for it. But that's the graphics engine you're talking about, not the match engine. The match engine is the match sim, which, in my opinion, dribbling is a bit too good. Defending can be a bit too passive at times. And there's a lot of headed rebounds, like rebounds into the 6-yard box that get headed in, that I think need to be worked on. How much did I get for Josh Sargent? We got 18 million for him from Palace. Oh, chat. We're up in second, by the way. We're 4 points clear of third as well. We're chilling. Have I played MFL recently? Yes, Pika Games. I still play it daily. I think I've got 5 of my 6 teams on for promotion this year, although I've not checked my scores for today. And my team in silver could get caught up. Because I was playing second today. It was first v second for my silver team. Okay, it's a good start. I think Hull are down near the bottom. We go top with this at the moment. I feel like we're at that stage in the season where I shouldn't worry about where we are in the league or the other team's results. We just have to focus on ourselves. Chat, that's so nice. Is he on? He was offside. The passing football's nice. Since we changed the wingers, by the way, to wingers with cut inside, I feel like we've done way better. Wingers with hold up the ball and cut inside, working really nicely with this system. Please tell me you're looking at calling up Elliot Miles. He starts the game injured, I think. I don't really have a spot for him in the team, but I'm kind of happy letting him be in the youth team. This is where we have trouble with this system. Like, when teams can get into the wide areas and rebounds. Rebounds are pain. When teams get into the wide areas like that, our free at the back gets caught narrow if they get it forward quickly to the wide areas. Jack, is it worth manually setting scouting assignments? I'd say so. I'll tell you what, the transfer room is just a very good way of finding players. Do we still have Director of Football recommendations? I don't think they exist, but the transfer room is just Director of Football suggestions, but better. Try the transfer room in feature, and it's literally a better version of the Director of Football recommendations. Right. I mean, it's 1-1. At home against Hull, this is the kind of game we need to win. Cernak, Bungard. Kvistgaard's on the bench coming back from injury. I didn't actually check what his fitness test said. But maybe I don't need to rush him back because Cernak is doing okay up top. I'm really hoping in January we can trim down the first team. We have way too many players. By the way, this pass here, like some of the passes you get, like that run where the number 9 leaves it for 17, like that just didn't happen in old FNs. Like you get some really nice intricate passing through the middle, which is something we are really trying to force with this system, with like the false 9, complete forward, and then 2 players behind kind of making runs forward. All right, where's Wright going? Not towards goal. When they don't have the ball, they're only playing with 1 striker. So with our ball-playing defender set to dribble more, like you can see here what I was talking about earlier, where they will just bring the ball out of defence more. Tremonti burns his man. Options. Forsen. Great goal. Great goal. Jack, on the recruitment focus screen, do your scouts show you ability and potential? I might have to click every player to show potential. I'll be honest, I've not noticed that, Aaron. That was another really nice assist, right? There's so many things where I've not noticed issues with the game, or that there's a part of the game that I just don't interact with. Someone asked me today on Twitter, Jack, where do I select my manager's favourite club? And I said to them, it's a good question. I don't think I've noticed if that's even in the game or not. I don't know if it's been removed. Has anyone seen that anywhere in game? Is that something that got removed and has just not been mentioned? No, I've not seen anyone mention it. But there's like so many weird things where because Football Manager has so many features and everyone plays the game differently, people notice different stuff that's missing. It's kind of funny how it works like that. Right, 3-1 up at the break. Oscar's had a blinder. Our defence has bad ratings. I feel like that's just that they've not had anything to do. How do I see my transfer budget? You click on the recruitment tab at the bottom. Sorry, at the top, and then it's on the recruitment screen in the top right. Right. What are we doing? We're chilling. How many people, chat, have we got watching on Twitch and YouTube? I don't have the stats up. I've not really been paying attention to the numbers when we're streaming. I'm just enjoying vibing with the chat and just playing the game. I feel like, in general, Twitch and YouTube have been a lot more positive than my Twitter mentions whenever you discuss the game. Okay, miles over. We're chilling. Do I think it's safe to start a long-term save? Yeah, I think it probably is. I think you're safe. Right, another goal here would definitely ease my nerves. So I think the Saudi money AI is too crazy. The Saudi AI money is always just a bit weird in FM. It's kind of difficult to know how they're going to spend their money in real life. By the way, it's 4-1. That's a great goal. Oscar's got man of the match here. 2 assists and a goal. Basing human decency on Twitter is a choice. You know what? Fair point. It's a fair call, chat. I can't really argue with it. I've seen enough here. Manning out, Jack in. Facts. Bungard assist, by the way. I hope with these streams, by the way, like, they're kind of useful, especially like if you're newer to the game. I'm trying to make a bit more of an effort to explain kind of some of my, I guess, my decision making and why I'm doing certain stuff. You know what, let's bring in fresh legs in the wide area. It's like discussing this system. We've been tweaking it and trying to get it to work. I feel like it's part of my streams that, like, I should do a bit more of, especially like educational content. I hate the word educational content to explain Football Manager. But obviously you guys have kind of seen how we've kind of come up with this idea where we want to play a free at the back. We've changed some of the player roles and tweaked instructions based on what we've seen. And it's going pretty well. Is that a South Korea jersey? It is. It is. It's the away kit from the last World Cup. I got the... last World Cup, I got the Japanese home kit and the Korea away kit. I feel like it's something that I do every World Cup. Every new World Cup, I will get my favourite home and favourite away kit. And I liked the Japan and Korea kits. Mexico. Have Mexico shown their World Cup kits off yet? Because Mexico always have sick kits. And given the fact they are hosting it, I imagine one of their kits is going to slap. The choice to play wingers that's cut narrow and hold up ball is working very well. Mexico home trip kit dropped yesterday. I'm going to have to go look at all the kits. Have they just been shown? I didn't even know they'd been dropped. Bit early, but weakest areas of your team you need to strengthen. Honestly, if we don't get promoted this year, which I don't want to get carried away because it's still early on. If we don't get promoted, I probably won't touch the team that much because I just need to get rid of players. If we get promoted, well, we're fucked. I'm going to be honest. I feel like this team is not really built for promotion. And I don't know how well this system would work in the Premier League either. But it's working, chat. It's working. The wingers set to cut inside and hold a ball. I like I said earlier, wingers, the winger role, do not think of it as a winger. Think of it as just the wide player vanilla role. In the same way you can play a centre midfielder just as a centre mid. It's like a way, way better way of thinking about it. Also, Diallo passes it there, right? Then just continues his run. Would I burn the free at the back if we get promoted? If we got promoted, I would probably try and play a 5 at the back out of possession. And a similar shape to this. Fair enough, that's a mad goal. If we got promoted, I'd probably play out of possession this and in possession like this. I'll let you decide if that's abandoning my principles or not. Yeah, we're fixing our goal difference in this game, so that's good. I didn't see where Hull were in the league. I wasn't really paying enough attention. But we're doing okay. Imagine if they get another back. Then do I panic? Chat, what's happening in this game? It's a 9-goal thriller. Joe Gelhardt, Park to Prem Hall of Famer last year. How's Kvistgarden? He's good. He's been injured. Otherwise, he probably would play for me. I could probably bring him on here to try and get him in some match sharpness, to be fair. He and Philip Bungard had been my go-to. There can't be another goal here, can there? Chat, I feel like there's another goal happening. I wish I could click here and see the match stats, you know, like in the old game. It's mad that you can't see the stats during highlights. I mean, that is Brandon Williams. Get him off. Is he former Ipswich? I feel like he's former Ipswich. Get him off. They're down a man. GG, go next. We'll go attacking. I've used all my subs, chat. The players on the pitch are the players that have to finish on the pitch. If they die, they die. Forson. I love the way he put his foot on the ball there as he cut inside. Chat, look at the football. Look at the foot. We're bullying them. This is actually bullying. I'm annoyed that we've shot from range instead of trying to get towards the goal. Oh, look at their stats. 6-3 doesn't even flatter us. Has anyone noticed that every team overperforms their XG in this game? I think there's something wrong with the XG calculations. It could just be that there's too many goals and actually the XGs are correct and the goals are too high. But I notice a lot of games where a team can have like 10 shots and like the XG is like 0.3, which just doesn't seem right. Ah, Chris Gordon offside. Right, I mean, that's that. It was 1-1 at one point in this game. Bit of a shame that we shipped those 2 goals, but we're chilling. Nice work, everyone. Oh, I got an achievement. I got the full faith of the board achievement. Are you telling me I didn't get full faith of the board during my Manchester United Let's Play so far? Where do we see the board stuff? Club Vision. Oh, we got an A, chat. They love me. The fans love me. Manning out. Work the space in. Top of the league. We are top of the league. Say we are top of the league. Okay, I'm getting carried away. Actually, we're second anyway. So that was fake news. I guess we played the lunchtime kickoff. Ipswich lost again, by the way. QPR and ourselves have got a little cushion. Another thing I hate about the UI is the inbox constantly asks if I want to take control or delegate training, etc. I should just accept. I think that's just a bug, though. That's not a UI issue. That's just a bug. Do I think Norwich will sack the manager at IRL? Yes. I feel like they kind of have to. He said that if you think dribbling feels too strong, what about do you think about pace/acceleration? I mean, pace is always quite good in FM, but, like, I don't feel like it's the be-all or end-all. Like, I think you can succeed without pace in FM. I know that's a controversial take, and I know someone's going to go, well, there were tests done. Well, the tests were done with, like, players that had, like, 20 acceleration, 20 pace, and then 10 in everything else. I think there's, like, 2 players in the entire database that are like that. I think in general, pace is always good. But then again, pace and acceleration eat up more current ability than I think any other attribute in game. And in real life, being quick is quite a useful skill as a footballer. Why aren't the under-18s included in the face pack? Probably because a lot of them are new additions to the game this year that just haven't been added in yet. If anyone wants to be a contributor to the Sort It Out SI Mega Pack and submit faces and stuff, like, you can get it fixed. Prediction for next Premier League sacking. Oh. I was going to do something just to be controversial. I can't just say Arne Slot, can I? Because people will actually think I'm serious. And I don't want to have to deal with those people. Who will be next to be sacked? Let me look at the let's have a quick look at the Premier League table. I mean, I want to give the meme answer and say Sean Dyche. Sean Dyche at Forest could get sacked. Can you imagine if he got sacked? Imagine if they sacked another manager. Who would then go to that team? I'll give Oscar a contract to the end of the season because I'll know if we're in the Premier League or not. I'm going to give that promise to a lot of players. Rumour is Moyes is on thin ice now. Really? I mean, they've not won many recently, I guess. Jack, do you plan on switching back to FM24 for a day-to-day playing basis and run FM26 for parts prem, etc.? No. Chat, I don't know if this shocks people. I don't have time to play Football Manager in my free time. Like, Football Manager, I don't just play more Football Manager when I'm not streaming or doing videos. And even now, like, even if this wasn't my career, I probably wouldn't go back to FM24. I'm fucking bored of FM24. The match engine's been solved. The database is out of date. And, like, whilst there are community replacements, they're never as good as the real thing. And I like this tactical system, like, that we have in this game too much. Like, you can do some really cool stuff with it that you couldn't do before. What is free time? Tell me about it. Chat, I spend about 14 hours a day at the moment working. Genuinely. Between like streaming like I am now, being on Twitter active, playing and recording and editing videos. Like, I don't know if people have noticed, like, the editing quality of my videos has gone up quite a lot. And I edit all my own videos, I do all my own graphics. Like, really, I probably should outsource some of it. But, like, I work fucking hard. So, yeah, I don't really have time to play FM24 even if I wanted to. Consider moving your FM24 save to the FM26 match engine to compare how it works. I think the thing is the tactics are so different now. If you enjoy your job, you'll never work a day in your life. I mean, look, I love, to be clear, chat, I love my job. Doesn't mean it's not, like, a lot of work. I think anyone who loves their job but has to do it, well, I say has to do it, chooses to do it as long as I do. I do it because I want to put out the streams. I want to put out the videos. I will be doing Park to Prem, but it won't be until there's a lower league database, chat. I'm actually hoping to start like an educational. I say educational. I don't like the word educational, like I already said today. I'm hoping to have a series out, probably starting next week, that will basically be like kind of a... If anyone ever watched Leon Live, imagine Leon Live. A bit like we're doing here, really, but I'm not streaming it. But it'll basically be a series where I go through how I play Football Manager. I talk about the training that I'm doing, the kind of way that I change a system over time to figure out something that works. Like you already said, like, for me, I love Football Manager when it's new and it's come out and no one knows what like the optimal tactics or instructions or anything are. It makes the game so much more fun. How far down the divisions? I'm looking for like tier 8. How is the game? Does it feel better after the update? It feels way better to me. Like the responsiveness, chat, not having those horrible transitions is like so much better. I feel like I feel like in general I was kind of lucky with FM26. Like I didn't have any like game-breaking crashes or freezes. I know people get like stuck in matches. Like the worst bugs I faced were mostly ones where like stuff's misaligned and it just feels amateurish. I feel like I got like a bit lucky in that regard, you know? Have you ever thought about making Lego and making videos on YouTube? No. I haven't. What do you mean by database? So in Football Manager, we get what I call community-made databases. There's a special tool that is released by Sports Interactive that basically lets people like create fictional nations, update transfers during the year, add divisions. So in Football Manager, we get all the way down to the Enterprise North and South, like the National North and South. The name changed recently. With custom databases, sometimes you get it like down to the 10th division. So we're talking like 4 divisions below what is the lowest playable league in FM by default. But people have to like manually assign all the teams to the league, set up the regions, the prize money, awards and stuff like that. So it takes a little while. And my main save game every year is I start unemployed, simulate to whatever date it is in real life on that day, and then I try and get a job at one of those lower English teams and try and get them or my manager all the way to the Premier League. And that is like the main save I do every year. And I really enjoy it. I once had someone tell me, you can't say hand on heart you enjoy playing it. I'm sat thinking, it's the save game I used to do every year before I did YouTube. I love it. It's so fun. Right, Sheffield Wednesday. Are Sheffield Wednesday as bad in game as they are in real life? I feel like they don't have their full points deduction in the database right now. 7 draws, 2 wins. 7 draws is insanity. At least Middlesbrough have the same goal difference as us in 3rd. Why do I think Sports Interactive removed staff attributes? I think there's 2 reasons. Well, no, actually, I think there's 3 reasons. I think, number 1, it was always a bit silly that there was no staff attribute masking. Like, you could just go, right, I need a physiotherapist for my team. I want at least 18 physiotherapy, and then you could just sign the best physiotherapists. Like, it's very different to, like, players where, like, there's lots of different facets that make a player. Whereas with a lot of staff members, it's like one attribute. In the case of physios, with scouts, it's 3. I think the other reason, like, so reason number 2 is, for the researchers on Football Manager, they just have to make up numbers. You can't tell me that the Sheffield Wednesday researcher goes, well, I know that scout there, he has 10 judging player potential, and that other one has 11. Like, they just guess numbers. So, like, the staff attributes are, like, a bit nonsense anyway, so actually having it as, like, text where it's, like, less definitive kind of makes more sense from that point of view. And I actually think the 3rd reason is they might be doing it as a little bit of a test for maybe a version, a mode in the game where they get rid of numbers for player attributes and let you do it all by text. Welcome back to the team, Chris Garden. Welcome back to the team. It's 1-0. We don't get the replay. It's a beta. It's a beta. It's not a beta. It's not a beta. Great goal. But yeah, I do wonder if it's maybe a trial for, like, instead of attribute masking giving you ranges, or maybe as well as it, they do a version where they get rid of player attributes. But I think for that to work, you need to have much more detailed kind of match stats and also have player stats carry over seasons. Because at the moment, as soon as you get to, like, the 20th of June, like, the game resets all the like, the player stats, right? And the other thing is you can't export data anymore into, like, tables and spreadsheets if you want to play like that. That was a bit scary. Why doesn't the back button on my mouse work? I know. The best solution I can give you is use some software to rebind your mouse key button to escape. But it's not great. I just realised they're playing their front 3. Chat, I need to set up an alternative version of our system for when we play against a front 3. Can you guys remind me to do that? Chat, that is your task for the next for the next match. Oh, SLB redeemed a hydrate. Thank you. I've got a big bottle. I've not drank enough today. I just want the data hub fixed, chat. Also, sorry, what's going on in this stand? Chat? What's happened here? Why are the is this COVID stand? Is everyone isolating the gaps between the seats? What's going on? They're all isolating. Is it meant to be the safe standing? Is that what it's meant to be? I don't know. Is it meant to mimic safe standing? I have no, because some of them are stood up. I should probably focus on the game. That's a great goal by Barry Bannon. Fair play. Fair play. I mean, great camera angle. Jack, go to tactics. Click drop down. Go to player selection. What drop down? Click drop down, player selection. Someone gave me a guide and I can't follow their guide. I'm sorry, we're going back to the game. I don't need to see my subs attributes. Oh, on the drop down arrow of a player. And oh, what, here, and then go to player selection. Now you can't see the player attributes though, can you? You can't, because this polygon is nonsense. This isn't the actual polygon that the game's meant to use. I mean, I guess you can mouse over them here. But at that point, like, you're so many menus deep, you're better off just in-game going to subs and then clicking on your subs here, surely. To quickly look through your subs. I mean, it's a way to see them, I guess. But I'm not sure it's any better than just toggling on your subs. If I lose this, that'd be a bit embarrassing. I'm going to go attacking. We've already changed the distribute to flanks. I'm going to do the change I made before, actually. Just drop the wingers. We have to adapt and overcome, chat. Simple fix, just win. True facts. Time to get shouty. Does anyone else miss doing shouts? I feel like when I'm streaming, I don't miss shouts as much. But when I'm playing on my own, like between episodes on my YouTube series, I feel like sometimes I'm just kind of sat on my hand and like I'm just watching the game for the first half. Instant results should be removed. I think let people play how they want. Single player game. I think it's a bit weird to police in a single player game how people should play. I personally think the instant result's great. If you're getting battered in a cup game that you don't care about, or like I'm doing my lower league save and I'm playing in the FA Vars, I want to be able to just get through it. Also, nice goal, Cernak. He was getting the goals up front, so we put him out in the wide area. He's left-footed, just cuts inside. And it's just a tidy finish. You know what I think they should do, chat? Pre-order incentive for FM27. Let me play the build of FM25 that I pre-ordered last year. I want to see what I paid for last October or November. Let me see it. Can be an April Fool's update. I just want to know what I purchased, because this is the game a year later. So what was it like before? Daniel Baker, thank you for the super chat. In-game editor is bugged, was working better before the update. There's a word of warning, people. I don't use the in-game editor. Am I weird? I've seen lots of people talk about the in-game editor. I didn't realise so many people used it. But yeah, apparently it was broken before the update as well. Which is kind of mad when they're charging £7.50 for it. Like, if it's not ready, maybe just don't. I was gonna say don't charge it. Maybe just don't have it as a microtransaction if it's not ready. We'll bring in Popov here. All right, let's get another goal so I can relax. We've had too many games like this where we scrape the win, but it does not feel convincing, and it's not a sustainable way of playing. Oh, there's a chance. I'll be honest, chat, I do end up buying the in-game editor every year, but it's usually for if I'm doing experiment videos. Or if I'm preparing for draft, I can get some like extra details on players. But in general, there's just no point. Am I in the public beta or the regular version? The public beta version that released yesterday is now the main version, if people didn't realise that. There was an update that came out today. I believe it's out now. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think I saw this week saying it's out now. But if you're on Epic Games, Windows Store or Steam, even if you're not opted into the beta, you are now on the latest build. Oh my word, that was a sexy little skill move. Did you see that? I did a little hops. Take me back and let me watch that again. Let me watch it again from behind the goal. Did you see the skill moves there, chat? Look at this. Little hopscotch, then watch this. Oh, the scoop. He deserved a goal. Let's be honest, there's a little bit of jank with the skill moves, but compared to what we've ever had before, it's great. Shame he missed it. I'm still paranoid we're going to concede here. We've got away with too many matches like that like this year, that I feel like eventually it's got to backfire. Is it time to go to the more conservative system to see out the game, do we think? I think it is. So you said FL6, what do you think of FM26 all in all? Downgrade on FM24 overall, but having played that game for 2 years, there's enough new stuff that I like. Like the tactics system is like vastly improved. I think the bare bones of this game are very good, and the updates that they've put out have been pretty significant upgrades. I have a feeling that within like 3 months, we will have a game that is better than FM24. And I think the match engine is just it's funner to watch. There's more variety in the goals. I'm sure eventually we'll start spotting all the patterns like you do every year playing FM. But we're playing like a pretty, I don't want to say random system, but like a system that you couldn't play in the old games. Just wouldn't work. And it's kind of viable now. How do you see how many games, goals, etc. under 28 squad have played for the season without having to check the player career? Go to the under 18. I assume you mean like it for the season. In which case, just go to the squad list and have a view with that information. That's a great result for us. QPR bottled it as well in their game. Lost against Southampton. I say they bottled it. Southampton won. Probably would have been better if QPR had won to keep Southampton further behind. Wow, Derby are bad, aren't they? Possible stupid question for someone who really doesn't know. Was it not possible for the 3D match upgrade with the same UI style from FN24? Technically, probably yes, but very, very complicated because the whole game's been moved to Unity. Also, I'm going to be honest, chat, this might be a really spicy take. I think once they fix the UI bugs and a few aspects where there's too many clicks, I think this UI is better than the old UI. I've never heard people glaze the old FM UI so much as I have like in the last week or two. Like it's kind of wild to me. I feel like there's some weird revolutionist history going on, or revisionist history going on, sorry, where people are now proclaiming that FM24 was like a modern marvel of design. The thing is, chat, right, the pop-ups and stuff are annoying, but, like, that's just the UX. Like, the UI concept is fine. They just need to refine it. Like, this shouldn't be a pop-up. This should be a full-screen thing with, like, the more competition info. The training one, like, this should be a full screen. This should probably be a full screen. But, like, that is stuff that they can tweak very easily. Like, if that was a full screen, do we then go, yeah, the UI's great again? Because if that's the case, then the UI's fine in its current form. Like, fundamentally, it just needs refining. I didn't need the UI to be good, I just want it to be customizable. The thing is, right, if you have customizable UI on day one with this game, everyone just changes stuff willy-nilly. Actually, in a weird way, and this could be unpopular, as a game developer, it's actually quite good to have 1 year where everyone is on the exact same version of the game with the exact same UI, because then you can collect feedback off all those people and know what should be made customizable and what can be made adaptable for future versions based on feedback. Pele Matson is just not good. Like, there's so many players in this team that are just cack. I'm just going to promise that I'll sell him and hope that we can sell him. Doesn't want to leave the club. Of course he doesn't. But, like, I'm not being funny. Like, FM14's UI is not good. Like, it's just not. You might prefer it to this because you know it, but, like, it's not good, chat. Like, it's more consistent in areas. The UX is probably better, but the UI is not better. And there's a very big difference between, like, good UI and good UX. The thing is, I feel like I remember when people kicked off when the sidebar appeared over the bar at the top. Like, I've lived through a Football Manager UI change before. I've played these games before. I remember the internet when they got rid of the sidebar. Oh, sorry, when they brought in the sidebar. People thought the sidebar was the end of the world. Sorry, did I say FM14? I meant 24, chat. I was probably reading the number 14 at the time. This game feels like a mobile game. I see that feedback a lot. What do people mean by it feels like a mobile game? Because a mobile game is designed to fit on a small screen. Like, this is not designed to fit on a small screen. Like, it's more dense than FM24. Is it because it's all a bit bigger? In which case, I kind of agree, but I think that's just a case of having scaling options. I feel like people just throw the term mobile UI around as, like, a weird backhanded insult, whereas, like, they don't really know what a mobile UI is. Right, Leicester should really be a challenger for promotion, and they're in 8th. Okay, they're going to play with one striker. That suits me. Okay, I don't need to change anything. Like, when people say the game has a mobile UI, I kind of then think, can you explain what your issues are? And then often what people say is the buttons are too big. Like, that's not a mobile UI thing. On mobile, like, it's about cramming stuff into a small space. You don't make stuff bigger for the sake of it. I actually think the scaling's fine, but maybe that's a hot take. I always used to have the zoom up on FM24 because it was too small. The colours and the layouts thing. So because the game is purple, we're now suggesting it's a mobile game. Also, mobile games, chat, don't have drop-downs at the top. That's literally not mobile designed to have massive drop-downs. Everything's a button on mobile. What are we talking about? Like, I don't even know. Like, that's literally not mobile design. It's that weird, like, if you don't like the UI, fair enough. But as soon as someone says, it's like mobile, I think you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about. You just don't like it, which is fair enough. But you're allowed to not like it, but please don't try and act like some kind of, like, I don't know if it's meant to be like a sophisticated criticism or if it is just like a backhanded way of saying, I think it's shit because people have associations with mobile gaming, but it's just weird. So I think they decided to go too detail-orientated on aspects that probably should have not been instead of focusing on improving the game in just certain important areas. Honestly, I think what happened... Chat, I'll be honest, I think what's happened is they've tried to create a user interface in UX that works on that... Basically, the issue the Football Manager had, chat, is they had the touch version of the game, the console version of the game, the PC version of the game, and they wanted to try and unify it all together. And I don't mean that the user interface has to be the exact same, but rather than having 3 separate UI teams, you basically have the main team work on like the global interface, which is the PC version. And then you have some people that refactor the UI that you produce for the other platforms. Because that's cheaper, it's less resources, it means more effort can go into the UI overall. And I actually think what's happened is the UI isn't that bad. Like, there's areas where there's too many clicks, don't get me wrong, but it's a combination of loads and loads of stuff changing and loads of frustrating UI and UX issues that basically paired as just like a nasty cocktail. Like, if the game had no UX and UI issues, I think people would kind of be like, yeah, the UI's fine, I'll get used to it. I do also think when it comes to the Steam reviews, I think I wouldn't give the game a positive review right now. If I could, I'd give it like a review. But that's not an option on Steam. It's good or bad. And I think there's a lot more people willing to give a game a bad review in this state than are going to give it a good review. But I do think the other thing is, it happens all the time on the internet. It becomes quite a cool thing to like leave a negative review. Do you know what I mean? Like, the amount of times you'll see it where a game just people review the game negatively because, like, everyone else is. They want to feel like they're part of something. And it happens sometimes on the other side of things with, like, really positive reviews for games. Like, I don't think the game is a 7th worst game ever to be on Steam level bad. I think people's, like, frustrations are probably fair. But I do feel like there's this very vocal minority on the internet just like, it's shit, I hate it, it's the worst game ever, it's unplayable. It's unplayable, says Timmy with 120 hours played. Like, it's clearly playable. You might not like it, might feel like it's a downgrade. But it's not the worst game ever. Like... I think you've got to persevere a little bit, and like, don't get me wrong, the game in its current state is what it should have been at the start of the beta. Like, there is no denying the game was half-baked. But I feel like there's people like taking the kind of the negativity to the extreme where anyone who's never played... If you haven't seen the game and you just saw the reviews, you'd be thinking, fucking hell, the game is shit. The game must be fucked if it's this bad. It's not that bad. I mean, I actually think the game is worse on other platforms from what I've seen. I think it's FM Touch is worse and FM Console is worse than the PC version. They should have given us beta access sooner. Maybe it could have been patched before release. No. I think the beta was given to everyone later because it was fucked before the beta came out. Do you not realise that? It's not like they went, shit. What's the really obvious bugs that existed, chat? It's not like one day someone turned around to them and went, what was the worst bugs? I'm trying to think what the really bad bugs were. It's not like they needed the testing to come sooner. Where's Miles in all of this? I mean, people don't realize Miles is the studio director. I think people think that Miles is like the producer, lead game designer, gameplay program and everything. No, he's the director. And, like, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with how this game's been handled in many ways, but I think you have to be careful what you wish for. Like, people are like, Miles should go. You do realize if Miles Jacobson goes, chat, we probably get some Sega executive put in who goes, why the fuck do we do a pre-game editor? Get rid of that. We want the console microtransactions into the PC version. If you want £200 million, pay £5 for it. Like, be careful what you wish for. It is playable, but even you are like, well, just suck it. Why should players have over a game missing feature and clean and complete? I mean, no one's forcing them to buy the game, Foxty. Like, I'm not being funny. Like, if you think the game is missing all these features, shit game, don't buy it until those features are in the game. Vote with your wallet. Like, I don't think it's rocket science. Bungard squares it. Thank you, Vestergaard. We're 3-0 up. Leicester are awful. Oh, so if there's a goal scored from kickoff, we don't get the replay. But we get to look at the championship pattern. It's quite pretty, isn't it? I could just hit skip. Can you imagine when we get extra nation packs, chat? DLC for Football Manager. They'll probably make you pay for the pre-game editor eventually. I think you have to be very careful what you wish for in the age of gaming. Like, you might not agree with what Miles always says or how he conveys himself online, but at least he gets Football Manager. It's one of those things... We score again. We're bloody brilliant. It's one of those things where... yeah, I feel like Football Manager could get really fucked in the next few years. We are chilling. Is Wright playing well? I'll be honest, I've not really noticed him a deep line playmaker for us. I feel like he doesn't get that much of the limelight, I suppose. I should just make changes here, right? Give Chris Garden a break as he comes back from injury. Salinas in for fitness, for game time and fitness. I got to keep Cernak here. We're chilling. FM26 is alpha. 27 will be beta. You'll see the main game on FM28. Chat, genuine question. Do people know what like literally alpha, beta, and full release mean? I don't think people know what they mean. I feel like I'm just being a pedantic former game dev prick at this point. Like, your alpha of the game is not feature complete. You are still adding lots of new stuff to the game. Like, significant features haven't yet been fully finished. Beta is when, for the most part, you are feature locked. What is in the game is in the game, and you're just polishing what you have. And so that's when you start ironing out the bugs. Because if you start ironing out the bugs sooner, a lot of them, they just get broken more as you continue to add new features. And then full release is obviously when it's all out. Now, obviously, the way Football Manager done things is fucking mental, because this game is still in beta. But when people go, this game's the alpha, I'm thinking, oh, it's not really. They didn't say the game had to be out on the 4th. They could have said it had been out on the 18th, had more time on the beta. Not true. Not true, folks. I wish that was the case. Do you think game studios get to decide when their games get published, chat? Genuinely. I'm afraid they don't. That is on the publisher. You can suggest a date, but Daddy Sega goes, we want our money now. We don't want the game to release too close to Christmas. We want it out sooner. We don't want to be relying on 4 weeks before Christmas worth of sales. That's just how it works. I don't think... Chat, I've played the game for 3.5 hours. Have we seen any game-breaking issues? I don't have any... And I will say, I am fully aware that some people do have game-breaking issues still with the game. I think there's people having freezing issues and stuff. The game, as far as I'm concerned, is it perfect? No. Is there stuff that's missing that annoys me? Yes. But I can kind of accept that stuff's missing. Just over. You're winning games in Norwich. I am. Bug. That is a bug, to be fair. The game is fine. My problem is the price. If it's $40, I'd buy it already. The demo has been fun, just not $60 fun. That's kind of fair enough, but again, it's that vote with your wallet thing. Or get a refund if you don't think it's been worth your money. Like, I'm not being funny, chat. Do you know why the price of Football Manager's gone up? Because Daddy Sega has gone, hey, fuckers. Didn't release a game last year. We lost tens of millions of pounds because of you cunts. We need money. How are you going to make it back to us? Oh, okay. We'll add £5 to the price of the game. We'll up the in-game editor price by £1.50. Like, it's very clear from the decisions that the games have made that Sega need a return on investment. Like, they lost a lot of money by not releasing an annual sports game. I mean, Football Manager was like £30 a year for ages, like when they probably should have been up in the price. From your game dev point of view, why do you think a lot of stuff is stripped back or scaled back? Like detailed stats in game, blackboard, player comparison screen being screwed up. Like, why couldn't they just make FM24 in the new engine? Oh my, okay. Chat. Football Manager 24 was the culmination of over 2 decades worth of work in an ever-evolving engine and, like, just constant refinement. 5 years ago, Football Manager went, right, we need to rebuild the entire game that we've worked on for over 2 decades. And they did start work on this game in Unity 5 years ago at this point. And it's not just a case of porting over. They literally had to rebuild it. Now, the game logic they could take, so like the transfer AI, the match engine AI, they kind of built upon. But actually, Unity itself requires a lot of that code to be refactored, potentially converted into another language. They basically remade the entire game from scratch. Like, do you realise how complicated Football Manager is as a game? Like, Football Manager has probably more pages of UI than any other video game I can think of. Is there any game that you've ever played that has more user interface pages than Football Manager? I'm trying to think now. Like, it's actually insane. And you are now having to recreate them all in a brand new engine. Like, the reason Football Manager moved engines, chat, is that the old engine was an engine that was developed internally. If they brought in talent from other game studios, they had to learn that new engine and how it all worked. You couldn't just drop them in and they instantly hit the ground running. And they're using tools that are decades old, using code that is extremely bloated and really old. And it's more expensive and more costly to do less with it because it just takes longer to do everything because you're building on shit. And so they basically made the decision that and also the other issue they had was they were hitting the ceiling of what they could do with it graphically. And Football Manager basically had to make a call as to, like, right, they had to do it at some point. Basically, chat, you would have had FM24 for the next 10 years if they didn't change stuff and move engines. But it's not just a case of, oh, can we just move half of it across? They literally rebuilt the game. And that takes time, and it's complicated, and it's difficult. If you think that this is just a port of FM24, I've got some terrible news for you. It's really not. I'm happy they changed, but it seems pretty wild they couldn't meet the bare minimum of the previous expectations. They've literally... It's taken 5 years, and it's missing some stuff. I'm not denying that, chat. But it's not like they've gone, fuck it. Like, basically, if you wanted all the stuff that's missing, we're probably waiting another year for a game. Like, being real for a moment. I think Football Manager were quite upfront with the fact that the game was not going to be, like, on par feature-wise with FM24. Like, if you go back and read the blog posts and stuff they put out around FM24, I think actually Sports Interactive were trying to do, like, expectation management back then. Like, they literally said about the blackboard, like, the chalkboard wasn't going to be in the game. Emmanuel, why are you crying? I could loan him out. You know what? We'll loan him out. Like, in retrospect, chat, if you could go back to Sports Interactive and tell them, hey, you're not going to release FM25 and FM26 might not be fully finished, they probably go, well, okay, we'll make FM27 the first game in Unity, and FM25 and FM26 will just be basically FM24 but with an updated database and some minor feature changes. And then we'd all be sat here complaining that they've not been ambitious enough. Gemini, dude, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Jack, played since Chatman and Premman on PC and PS1. I have 120 hours currently. Going from Chatman 03 to FM was the same difficulty. Yeah, I feel like people forget how difficult that moving across is. Like, it was not dissimilar when they got rid of when they added the sidebar. I remember people being upset about that. I'm fine with feature being missing. It's the lack of polish. Look, I'll be honest, Joe. I'm sure Football Manager wish the game could be more polished. I'm sure the stuff they look back on and go, man, I wish we could have done it better. But it's not like they've actively gone, fuck you all, we're making a shit game on purpose, and you'll pay for it. Like, it's okay to be like, I wish the game was more polished, but to be like, they're lazy game devs, half-baked. It's like, no one's forcing you to buy the game. Like, Steam was offering refunds through the entire 2-week period of the beta to anyone who asked for them, no questions asked, because it's Steam's policy during betas to offer refunds. Fully appreciate if you're on console or touch, like you've been fucked, because like I think they are doing refunds, but like you didn't have that opportunity to play the beta. And I do think in a weird way, by having no FM25, people like had their expectations raised that little bit higher. For me, the game is perfectly playable now. Like, if there's certain stuff you rely on a load, or you're having specific tech issues that I'm not having, like, I kind of get it. But I think a lot of the people complaining are just being giant man babies and kind of hating on the game because it's the cool thing to do. It's that internet hive mind thing. And sadly, then it kind of drowns out legitimate complaints because everyone gets lumped into the same group. Lewis Elliott, too. Thank you for the super chat. Good evening, Jack. Biggest change for me has been a free for career mode players all this year. Yeah, to come to FM is quite a jump, but I like the new FM. Well, you're not allowed to say that here. But no, I can't. I feel like if you went from FIFA career mode to this game, this is like this game, right, is way better for new players. It just is. And that's not a case of them dumbing down the game. It's just a case of it's easy to get to all the most accessible information. The annoying thing is if you're a power user, an experienced player, the more advanced stuff is like many more clicks buried deep, which is why I think more experienced players get frustrated. I can't find the screen for injury proneness, likes big matches. All you need to do is any player, just click on the stars, and then it shows their pros and cons here. So it's a console game now. That's not what I've said, Romser. Chat, there is a difference between saying They're making the game more friendly for new players to the game. I'm talking about when it comes to PC. At the same time, I hate to upset people. If you're a PC player of Football Manager, you are in the minority now. There is more people playing on other platforms than there are on PC. I've been very vocal of the criticisms I have. And I think some of it is a case of they're trying to design a game for console and PC. But making the game accessible for new players is not them making it for console. I think it's quite apparent that they're fixing a lot of stuff that more hardcore players have been complaining about. Do FM have some way for the community to give feedback to the developers on features? Yes, the forums. Which I assume all the people complaining about all the issues of the game, they were also reporting all the issues they were having on the forums. I've also realised, chat, by streaming the game today, and even yesterday a bit, like, I'm kind of playing through the game without thinking about how I'm playing through the game. Has anyone noticed that? I think on the first day I was playing the game, I was still kind of figuring out the UI a little bit. I actually realised now I'm actually just clicking through the UI without even thinking, like I normally would streaming any other FM. As someone coming from FIFA career, this year has been so easy to jump in and learn. Other years were much more difficult IMO. I agree with that. The old chat, you know what the issue was? The old Football Manager, like, everything was so accessible that it was overwhelming to someone who was new. And some people love that. And I think what they've tried to do this year is they basically tried to make it so if you really want to, you can play through Football Manager just by clicking on the top options here and clicking one screen in. I think everything you absolutely need to do is accessible from these like main 6 screens. But here's the thing. Some people go, well, that's shit. There's stuff outside the screens. And I kind of agree. But it's still there, admittedly, by a drop-down. But the way I play Football Manager is different to the way you play Football Manager and the way someone else plays Football Manager. I don't do the team training routines. I've never bothered with team training routines. I'll do my individual training. I'll just leave the rest to my assistant. I delegate my staff, for the most part, to do the staff recruitment. I can't be fucked. I'll just have the director of football do it. Some people will love that side of the game. And so having all the stuff that it's necessary to interact with be at the forefront, and then have everything else that is kind of optional, like press conferences are optional. Like, and the detail at which you engage with FM is different for everyone. Like, that's not a bad design choice. It's not. You might feel like, oh, it's annoying that I have to go down, you know, towards the bottom. But like at the end of the day, that is stuff you are going to use less frequently than the other stuff that is in the forefront. And a lot of the decision making made around what is accessible on these main screens will probably be driven by what Sports Interactive see users interacting with. It's very difficult to design a game like Football Manager that's going to please everyone because everyone plays the game differently. And obviously, if there is screens that are buried a bit deeper, right? Like, most of them, I think you can just bookmark. Do I think that this system is flawless? No. I actually think there could be like 8 of these pages that act as hub pages that have everything accessible. But I don't think it's ruined the game. Have I tried the dynamic highlight option? I have. It's a bit long. I kind of wish the dynamic highlights were attached to whether or not you pick like key extended, etc., if that makes sense. If you play on key with dynamic, if you're 3-0 up, it just doesn't show highlights at the end. And if it's a really tight game, it shows maybe extended highlights at the end. If you're on extended and you choose dynamic and you're winning 3-0, it just shows key highlights at the end. Does that make sense? I feel like that'd be a better way for it to do things. I'm good, thank you, Jordan Taylor. I'm very good. Bring back best 11 saves. Don't go about anything else. Mate, saving team selections is annoying. The fact I can't save team selections is very frustrating. I'm not going to deny that. But it's not such a problematic issue that I can't enjoy the game. I missed Harrison. Wait, Harrison's here. Where is he? We are winning, Harrison. We are winning. How's Sargent getting on? I've not checked how he's doing at Crystal Palace. I realise if someone's coming in thinking I've got him still. Bad news. Oh, Blanco and Ben are here. How are you lot doing? The thing is, right, I think everyone's going to have a very, very different opinion on the current state of the game. Also, you can scroll on that table there. That's weird. I just think, for me, I can see where they're going. I think at the top bar, you know the 6 things at the top, chat? I think they could make that into 8 or 10 things and have each hub screen of that have everything that you need. And the game being a really good spot where everything feels a lot kind of more tied together. Any info on FM updates? I think they put, so there was an update that came out today. Did they say anything about when the next update is going to be on that, chat? I didn't check the actual forum post. Which is shocking from me, because I'm normally the person posting on Twitter. Here's the thing from the FM forums that no one actually checks. Following the successful beta, we can confirm that the update's now been rolled out. Upon this, the next update for the Steam beta track is already underway and is set to introduce a legacy preference to advance through spacebar. Okay, so they've not said when it's happening. I assume it'll probably be next week. Unless if it's this week, that would be mad. But they did put out like 4 hot fixes in a week, right, during the beta. I feel like they spoiled us there. Once they allow skins, the game will be great. Chat, there's not going to be skinning this year. I think the skinning that we're going to have is going to be very, very bare bones. And every time the game is updated, I think skins are going to get pretty broken by the updates. I know there are people working on like a system for recoloring the UI, and we might get like UI recolors and like custom fonts and stuff. But I think if you're hoping to see heat maps during matches and like an overhaul to like panels and what is shown, I think you're going to be disappointed. Skinning is really, really difficult and really complicated. Even with the old system where Football Manager didn't really change all that much, and even when the game updated, it would still break bits from time to time. If you're hoping that skinning is going to be the silver bullet this year, I've got some awful news for you. What mods do I think are going to be essential? Someone is working on like a first-person camera mod for like your manager. I feel like having that as an alternative camera angle just to go into will be quite fun. I think also someone is trying to get it working where you have like the 2D pitch view like in the top corner during a broadcast, which might be kind of interesting as a thing. The thing is, we don't really know what's possible with mods. Like custom stadiums could come in. Do you know what I mean? There could be crazy stuff like... You got to remember, chat, this is year 1 of the game in Unity. The game's probably going to be in Unity for the next 20 years now. Like, it's going to be so exciting. Like, the mods and stuff we're seeing now are going to seem so primitive compared to what's possible. I'm kind of hoping someone might create a mod that brings back shouts. Alex Morris skin and Materia skin already out on FM Scout. I'm pretty sure, Coraman, they've been broken by the update. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But it's just, as far as I'm aware, it's just colour changes. My concern is, right, when they bring in like international management, that's going to change loads of stuff with the UI. I would love to be wrong on this, to be clear, chat. I would love there to be custom skins and for it to be great, but I think it's just going to be problematic. Right. This is the first game where we've not been able to break down the opposition. Let's make changes. Bungard has to stay on. He is our hero. Kenny McLean's been cack. Get on Forson. I'm making the 4 changes. Chat, you know it's serious. I'm doing a team talk. Would the shout mod not actually do anything? Could just give green faces? It'd be great if that's it, wouldn't it? Right, Philip Bungard, do your thing. You're a sec. You're a sec. You're a sec. I don't know what a sec is. I'm calling him a sec. I just want heat maps, chat. I'll be honest, on this screen here, I just want... What would I change on this screen here? I kind of wish I could hide the pitch and then have the in and out of possession formations for both teams, like side by side or top to bottom, a bit smaller. That'd be nice. I feel like having to toggle between the in and out possession formations is just annoying. Please don't give away a pen or a goal. Or a goal, of course. Fair play, Kumas. Is he related to the Kumas that used to play for West Brom? In my head, he must be. I activate the public beta runs of properties in Steam. Someone show me how. Do I get the new update? So the new update is that update. It's his dad. Oh, God, I'm old. I'm recognising players' sons. Oh, I feel like this is a harsh game. Their system is actually really, really good against ours. The in and out possession tactics are kind of wild, aren't they? Right. Go wider. Distribution. Flanks. Got to get to the flanks quickly. All right, Bungard, do your thing, son. We love Philip Bungard in this house. The near post corners aren't good this year. Although... Popov, he scored a league goal. Come on. Come on. So I think having in and out possession tactics makes the game easier. FM24 tactics and player roles seem to give an idea of how attacking play would be, but not so much defensive positions. I think the game is... I do think the game at the moment is easier with it in and out of possession tactics. But I also think it just opens up way more possibilities and is more fun. Anyone realise the stats from 24 to 2016? What do you mean by the stats, Jamesh? Do you mean player attributes? Oh, quick free kick, imagine. Because that is just not true. It's offside. It's offside. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I feel like we should have won this game. I mean, we still could. We still could. Or we could bottle it. Having had a goal disallowed at one end. No! No! Chat! The winning run's over. Actually, it's an unbeaten run. Pain. I don't want to watch the goal. Get me out of here. Get me out of Birmingham. I don't want to stay here any longer than I need to. We're still top. We won the XG battle as well. Wow, McKenna's just been sacked by Ipswich, I think I saw there. Yeah, he has been. Where are they? Are they that far down? 16th, yikes. I've seen them getting promoted in a lot of save games too. I mean, even with that defeat, we're still at the top. Jamesh, the attributes are different between the two games, mate. I don't mean to be rude. The player attributes are literally different. Also, you've called attributes stats, which immediately means everything you write in the chat is just waffle as far as I'm concerned. Chat, let's do a little education. Attributes, stats. I know I'm being pedantic, but it's basic. Come on, every FM player should know that. All right, we got Oxford United. Oxford actually having a good season, up in 11th. You're so mean. I am, Steve, but you are also using the wrong year, which should be a bannable offence. Stats if quicker to type. Okay, well, we can't even write the word is, so. Hey, Skinners, how are you doing? Are you well? Welcome to the stream. Attributes or attributes? I'll let you decide. You've set Jack off now. Facts, chat. Hold me back. Hold me back. Oscar is chilling. He's actually developed really well. Does he have much potential? I think he must, but we'll see. Right, chat. Last game of the stream today. I think we start Tremonti out on the left. Can we end the stream with a win? We've actually had a really good run of games today. We started today like mid-table, right? We've kind of refined our tactics, I think. Got something that works. I do need to save the backup tactic where I have distributor flanks on and go like more direct when teams press through the middle. I genuinely didn't know Jack was a meanie. Oh no, I'm an absolute fucker normally. Pardon my French. Sorry, Mum, if you're watching at home. She doesn't watch the streams. We're fine, chat. What position are we in now? We're top of the league. We're top of the league. We're chilling. Is Bungard on there? That nearly went in. Fair play. Remember when we conceded every single cross that came in? That was annoying, wasn't it? Merthyr Town, National League North, perfect part to Prem. I mean, the thing is, we started employed. We started employed and see what jobs come up. Also, I'm waiting for a lower league database this year. Plachetta, former Norwich man. It was always going to be him. It was always going to be him. I'm a bit concerned, chat, that having said earlier today, yeah, you know, playoffs is the aim. Playoffs would be good. Top half's the board expectation. Now, if I don't get promoted, I'm going to be bitter and upset. Plachetta did used to play for Norwich, right? That is the same Polish winger. There can't be that many Plachettas, can there, on planet Earth? Look at that. They spent £2.7 million on him. Tell you what, Slack absolutely mugged off Norwich there, didn't they? Jack, you notice how many goals are scored with low balls across the six? I have. That's just been a thing in Football Manager for a little while. Didn't you say earlier the squad wasn't ready for promotion? Oh, it's absolutely not. Chat, our team is not ready for promotion. I sold our best player to buy a load of youngsters that I thought would take a couple of years to mature. Did SI fix all the bugs? Not all the bugs. They fixed quite a few. There's a level 7 and level 10 DB out there, not reliably, and I had a look at them. None of the teams have been assigned regions, and like the FA Cup's not regionalised. General rule of thumb, chat, like if you see a database pop up quickly, it's probably not very good. I think I saw one of them and it had like 37 changes to the database to make like tier 8 active. And from my experience, like that takes thousands of changes to do properly. All right, we need a response before half time. Cernak hits the post. Best feature of the new update, arrow staying place when switching between team instructions. Oh, mate, amen to that. They didn't even include that in the patch notes. I was crying tears of joy when I noticed that yesterday. I'm going to go more attacking here, I think. Having a lot of the ball, but we just need to get it into more advanced areas quicker. Try and commit a few more players to the attack. Ball playing defenders on dribble more, chat. Cheat code. Always good. Look at him. Look at my little Cordoba. Bungard, Kvistgaard, the ball is superb. I'll tell you what, having Bungard on false 9 and Kvistgaard at centre forward is such a nice combo. Like, the false 9 just drops into that pocket of space, and then the through ball there is tasty. Through balls like that just didn't exist last year in FM. Finish not bad either. All right, good response. Let's get another. Let's get another before half time. Let's turn it around. I still believed in us at 2-0 down. If they now score, that's going to be awkward, isn't it? Let's be having you. Where are you? Here, 12th man here. Plachetta, former Norwich. He's going to score again, isn't he? Thank God. That would have been annoying. Right. What was that? Get your act together. Got McLean on the pitch still for now. Feel like he's the kind of man I might take off for Forson. It's mad that McLean is literally my best player on paper and I've not really been using him. And he's been very underwhelming. Is this the championship? It is indeed. Let's bring in Forson. Cernak's had a bit of a stinker. You're a set, John, you come. I want to end on a high, chat. At what point do I change more stuff? Let's up the tempo a little bit. Still want to distribute to the centre-backs, to be honest. So much the ball and not a lot with it. But that can change here. Jurasek on off the bench. Big ball, right under it. Oscar. It's a bloody volleyball in the middle. Oh, the passing. The passing. The passing. The passing. Tremonti. Magnifique, as I believe the French would say. Come on. It's only Tremonti's second goal. Keeping was awful there. Good shape from our players. I think we've got something here, chat. I think the wingers on cut inside and hold up ball work really well to allow those underlapping runs from the channel players. All right, Forson's into the team. Bungard drops deep. You know what to expect. Imagine if he'd scored that. Is it running okay on PC? I've not had any performance issues on PC with the game, but I am fully aware that like my PC is not the average computer that your average Joe's going to use. I have seen like issues people reporting with performance on PC. Like, chat, I'm curious. I'm trying to think, how do we do this? I'm trying to think of how we judge. How do you quantify how good performance has been? I think he's off. Oh, my word. It's off. It's off. It would have been such a shithouse goal to score as well. Chat, have any of you had, like, issues on PC? I've known people have had the freezing at half-time. I've just not had any issues. It's really tricky. How about chat? One in the chat if you've had any issues in matches. It could be the game has been a bit laggy and you've not been able to fix it by lowering settings, or it's been freezing. And two, if, like, the game's run, like, I'll say mostly fine. Is it running well, or have you had issues? And when I say freeze, I mean like pauses after half time, not crashes. Like, that's quite a different thing. Single player all good. Online had issues. Yeah, I've heard that the online is a mess with this game, so I don't. But I've not played it, so I don't know. Okay, chat. That is a mega frustrating draw to end on, but I mean, we avoided defeat. If there was hopes of us just running away at the top, it's no. I was gonna say it's not happening. QPR have a game in hand. If they don't win that, we're still 6 points ahead. Can QPR lose, please? When do they play? Is it tomorrow? It is tomorrow. They play on Boxing Day. No, it's not Boxing Day. It's a month before Christmas, Jack. Caleb Anson. Is Caleb Anson any good this year? Parks of Prem fans? No. One of the GOATs. Tremonti's not happy with his out-of-possession training. He doesn't want to be trained as a winger. Fair enough. We'll take it off. Oh, chat, our next game's against QPR. You know what? We're saving that for next stream. I'm going to blue ball you. I'm a bastard. I'm fully aware. I'm an awful human being. What time is the F1 tomorrow? 6:30. Thinking about when we stream tomorrow. I reckon, chat, tomorrow, 9 PM stream. Let's see if QPR bottle it. Because if they lose their game here and then we beat them, like, we could pull really far. Oh, they bottled it, chat. Well, they bottled it. To be fair, there's a load of teams on, like, the high 20s points, so it doesn't change that much. What is 9 PM American time? That is 4 PM on the East Coast. Whatever time it is for you now, take 3 hours off it. And that's the time we'll be live tomorrow with more action. All right, I've got all the players being rested. I feel like we can call that a largely successful session today. We started off with the Villa game, didn't we? So a little bit of a slump at the end, but in general, I think we shored up a lot of our defensive issues. And there were some pretty tricky games in there. Like, we've beaten Wrexham, beaten Ipswich. I know Ipswich aren't high in the league, but not an easy game. We've already played Portsmouth. We've already played Preston. We've actually played a lot of the teams around the top now. Oh, good times. Right, chat, we'll leave things there for today, I think. Bow out, I was going to say in a hype. We've not won in 2 games, but we're doing okay. Oh, there's a news article about me. There you go. A solid unspectacular. We're fucking top of the league. We're predicted to finish mid-table. Unfucking spectacular. My bumhole. I'm rage quitting. Save the game. Bye, chat. See you tomorrow. I'll be back in 21 hours. I'm fuming.